Yeah, good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I have an agenda before me. Is there any additions to the agenda? Yes.
Thank you,
Ben.
Reverend Council. Administration would like to request a closed session under 12.1.
Anything else? I think Councillor Sipchik had a personal. Okay, and so do I. Any other additions to the agenda, gentlemen? Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Just clarification on 12.1.
Your mic?
Yeah. Clarification just on 12.1 closed session. What, is there a FOIP number or something for that, or is?
Through the read to the Council, it'll be 12.1, advice from officials, FLOIP 24.
Okay, thanks.
Someone like to make a motion? Councillor Kraviak makes the motion to adopt the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Looking for the adoption of the minutes, regular meeting of council, February 11, 2025. Councillor Crick, thank you. Thank you for making this motion that council approves adoption of the minutes of February 11, 2025. Regular meeting of council as presented. Any discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry.
Question, do I vote on this? Because I wasn't here on the meeting, so I still vote?
Yeah, you can vote.
Okay.
Okay, that's carried. Looking for another adoption of the minutes of community meeting of February 18th, 2025. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, I've seen everything that was in good order, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making the motion that council approves adopting the minutes of February 18th, 2025. Committee of the whole meeting as presented. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Mr. Gear Grabber, are you the only one coming today? Yeah? What do you guys want? He's here. You want to do, instead of wait for an hour, do you want to do your presentation now?
Love you.
All right. Love you too. Come on up.
It was interesting though last time. Learned lots. Morning.
Morning.
How's that?
It's just a little bit better.
Just a little bit?
You got one of Jansen's cars up there, I see, eh? Right off the top.
Yep. Yeah, it was another successful year. Thanks, big part with you guys. Despite the rain, fans never left. We went to their vehicles and came back after the rain stopped. We thought we lost our crowd, but they hung in, so that was really good. Test and Tune this year is tentatively booked for May 31st. The car show July 4th. The races Saturday, July 5th and Sunday, July 6th. We want to thank the MD of Bonneville for the care and meticulous work carried out at the airport last year. The feedback from everybody from newcomers to racers was truly unbelievable. So thank you to the team MD for all you did last year. One of the asks today is if we could look at doing that again this year for the event on the July 4th, 5th, and 6th. Some exciting news. We talked about a little bit, I think, the yield program. I'll just, a small paragraph, I'll read it. The yield program, along with our local high schools, is in discussions currently trying to set a date to bring the program to Bonneville. What it is, they're Stacker race car trailer doubles as their classroom. They bring the cars out for display at the high school, and the trailer becomes a classroom, and a driving simulator focuses on demonstrating the drastic consequences of speed-related collisions, drinking and driving, distracted driving with cell phones. The goal is to instill in students proper and positive attitude, making them more responsible, respectful to others, and considerate of their families. So we'll keep you posted on those dates. It'll be a bit of an event. I think it's a really good thing coming to the community. And another creative thing that happened through this, Willie from Overdrive has come up with, they're calling it Wrench Warriors. What they're looking to do is draw new tradespeople into the area. So again, I just wrote a little, so it's beginners, not currently apprentices in the mechanic, either light duty or heavy duty field. Just have some interest in becoming a tech. So what the event will do, it'll be either the Saturday, the rain out day will be Sunday if we should get that, so it'll be one of those days. They're gonna put a number of evaluation stations out that covers very basic parts of the example would be IDing tools, removing and installing a wheel, just the mechanical aptitude side of things, see if there's an interest, if that's their, if that's maybe in their forte. They're partnered up with Careers Next Gen, Overdrive is a partner, Browns Industrial, of course the Gear Grabbers, and Snap-on Tools. There's gonna be they've decided there'll be 2 winners out of this. The first and second place winner will get a year apprenticeship position, one at Overdrive, one at Browns Industrial. Snap-on is donating $5,000 worth of tools to the first place winner. Second place, they're getting a tool package as well. We just don't know the dollar amount yet on that one. So pretty cool for the area.
Yeah, pretty generous.
Pretty generous, and you know, it's interesting out of the Gear Grabbers what's kind of evolving out of it, and we're bringing not only entertainment to the community and people to the community, we're putting a couple programs out that I'm very happy to be a part of. Something we would like to discuss, we'd like to request a contract for a renewable 5-year term to continue our events on an annual basis. Given the significant investments we've made, we're seeking some security for our efforts and the value we bring to our community. And really, I know it's not worth the paper it's typically written on. It's more of a feel good, and you know, if councils change, they know that it's
Yeah, it's there.
it's there. So just looking for a little security there. I'm not happy to report, and maybe you're aware and not aware, at our wrap-up meeting with Al Hogan last year after the races, just to kind of go through the pros and cons of it. Something that happened was we caused some damage on the airport surface. We also realized that when we swept up Sunday night, we literally hand broomed the runway just to make sure it's clear. We had borrowed a Zoom Boom forklift to move the heavy concrete barriers, and it was a ridiculously warm weekend, if you guys recall, last year, so the asphalt was soft, so we did some tear up, and there was a cost of $4,100 that cost the MD. I'm happy to report we wrote a check to the MD to cover the damages as a good partner, and it's brought to our attention. So just if you're aware or not aware, sharing that. So we've identified out of that, currently Rockslide is donating us those big 8-foot concrete barriers, and they're very heavy. We are looking at transitioning to water barriers, plastic carcasses that are easy to move, don't require big heavy equipment. There's a large cost to it, so it could be a phased thing, part water barriers, part concrete, but we will not be using a Zoom Boom, so that damage won't occur again. The bleachers, which you helped us with last year moving, we will take that responsibility back over. Just logistically and hitches and safety maybe, we've got to the bleachers overall in the community for shared bleachers, there's just not enough, and the ones that are available are pretty clunky structures. So that's what we're going to look at in the future. How do we fundraise as a community for more community bleachers? And then the last ask is, you have a number of airport lots. Would the MD consider selling a lot to the gear grabbers for storing the, if we get the water barriers, and our merch trailer and some of the equipment, because currently it's at Joe's place and Bob's farm, and, you know, we're dragging it all over the place, and it's specifically an airport event. I imagine there'd be some further discussion on it. We don't have an airplane, but it is an airport event, so we would be willing to buy a lot or lease a lot if that's, not really sure what process we have to go through there. If somebody can pass that on to us, we would certainly entertain that. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you. Questions? Counselor Fidel.
Yes, sorry I couldn't make it. I blew a transmission. So, thanks. So, yeah, thanks thank you for the update, and thanks for coming up with, being very, forward with the damages and everything else, taking care of that. That's greatly appreciated. So as far as the camping part of it for racers, are you guys, are you guys running out of room? How's that going?
Yeah, we're running out of room. We, so something hasn't happened as much this year early on, people are wanting to be here early. They want to how do they reserve their spot because they were parked at X, Y, Z last year. You know, we don't allow or encourage just non-racers to camp there because we don't have room. And we're not really looking to create a big party out of it because that's likely what would happen. But you do bring a good point, and that was one of the things in our year end with Al and the group was re-looking at how we set things up. You know, the best parking is obviously on that one apron because there's so much asphalt there for having race cars drive on mud or dirt or grass isn't always a good thing. So we are going to look at how we make that better.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that to our attention about the damage that you guys did, and great kudos to you to cover that for us. And also, this event seems you guys are getting bigger every year, and something new to it. I know our local residents, they love it, and we seem to get a lot of people out of other parts of the province and even other different provinces.
We had Newfoundland, we had a fellow that drove up from Newfoundland, last year to race at our, and I can't call it all ours, but he was going to other events, but he put us on the list to come to, so.
Yeah, I think in this event, not only great for the residents and all that, but it brings a lot of recognition to our area, as well as, like, what percent of you think of people attending were from out of our area?
You know, we haven't done that statistic yet, because I know I was involved in the Alberta Snowmobile Association a long time, and getting some of that data, I think we'll try and collect some of that just to see. I would say we are probably in that 40, you know, as a gut, 42% would be out of town.
Okay.
It's a pretty
And
good number.
then another point, it's a great thing with Overdrive, what they're gonna do. I think that's great.
And Brown's Industrial is the partner in there too, like for them to, so one of the things they're lacking, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room knows, is skilled labor and mechanics, and like they're just rare as hen's teeth, so.
Okay, and my last point is, on you guys requesting a lot, I think that might be an issue, because we do have a policy in there where, along the airport, that we made that only, like, has to be 75% aircraft
So we need to buy an airplane?
usage in it at the airport.
So if we buy an airplane, we're good?
Yeah, if you buy an airplane,
One of those Cox ones.
but like
Do they even
how,
make
how
those
big of a lot, how much room do you guys need for your equipment so you don't have to be hauling it? Like what size of an area?
You know, probably a lot size. I don't know if there's somewhere further down we could fence it, you know, we don't need to buy. You know, I know they're not all sold yet. If there's something short-term, maybe your lot across the street. Parks and Rec or,
Well, that's our parking lot kind of actually, but
I know.
yeah, no, and I know the Reeve mentioned about buying a lot there next to where we have our agriculture and our airport
Actually, the
equipment
Reeve
too,
last
so-
year said, why don't we build a racetrack?
Yeah,
Did he?
My option's way cheaper.
but no, thank you for, you guys for all you do. You bring a lot to the community.
And if I may ask one more question, I'm probably blowing our time. There was some conversations about the service being redone, and one of the reasons we ask is that'll probably prevent the event for that year, which is fine. Do we have any kind of timeline on if that's,
Yeah, we don't have it in the budget right now for this upcoming year, but we are definitely talking about it,
okay.
so.
Like, is it a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, or still in discussion?
It's still in discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other question? I think we still have some questions here. Counselor Fidiev.
Yeah, thanks. So for storage, you're looking just for storage of the barriers, a trailer, and maybe like a little sea can or something
So
like
everything
that?
we have is contained, the only thing that
the trailer.
likely wouldn't be is the barriers, because it probably makes no sense to put barriers in a trailer, they can just stack and
Stack outside.
stack
So-
outside. And the fear with that, and I guess anywhere you put them, is theft.
Right.
So we would likely want to, at our cost, of course, fence it so that it's,
So a nice fenced-off yard at the end of the lot there on kind of the northeast
besides
side.
fences.
Yeah, the northeast side has a nice little lot there with some,
Up for discussion.
fencing.
Counselor. I just shut her off. Go ahead, Counselor Swager.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. You said a lot, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing because it attracts more people to the area for, it's interesting. So I'm all in favor of, I think, all of it. I'm not going to bash you here, but I looked through your presentation and there was lots of pictures, but you said a lot, but I just hope our CAO took really good notes because you said a lot. and
I can forward this.
yeah, if you can, I'd appreciate that, because then, I had questions about that apprenticeship type thing, and that sounds really interesting. Is that, what kind of age group is that? How are you going to advertise that one? Maybe the MD can put something on their website for that through the
So I can
schools or?
get Willie in touch with you, so all of the details aren't finalized, but I would imagine it's gonna have to be, somebody that's 18 years old, 16 to 18, I don't know what that, if they're gonna go into a year, go to work full-time as an apprentice, my hunch would be somewhere in that 16 to 18-year range.
Okay, but that kind of detail would be really nice for us to know. And I'm not quite sure what all your asks were, but it sounds like you want to carry on the event, which is great. But I'm hoping the CAO has kind of a list of the,
Yeah, I can forward this document,
you-
absolutely,
That'd be
Yeah.
great.
appreciate it, thank you.
and it can be distributed out, sure.
Thank you. Counselor Crick.
Yeah, if you're ready for a motion, I'll make motion for option 1 that we bring it back to a future meeting for consideration.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion that council accepts the presentation by Bonneville Gear Grabbers as information, furthermore directs administration to bring their request for permission and addition funding support for 2025 event to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to development applications 7.1.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
This is Development Application 2025-D-025 for Chris and Whitney Grove. The applicant is applying for a secondary suite in an existing shop. The property is located south of Ethel Lake at the corner of Township Road 641 and Range Road 432. Adjacent properties are a residential parcel, quarter section remnants, and the Scout Camp. The applicant would like to construct a secondary suite in an existing shop. The suite will be located on the second floor, containing one bedroom and a living/kitchen area. The washroom will be located in the mechanical room on the main floor. This complies with Section 59 for secondary suites. They plan to build a single-family dwelling in the spring and are in the process of designing their floor plan. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on February 5th, and we did not receive any letters of concern. Our recommendation for development application 2025-D-025 is approve the request for a secondary suite in an existing shop as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 59, and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Applicable building, electrical, plumbing, gas, and sewer permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. Building waste materials shall be contained on site in a waste bin or a covered/enclosed trailer. The suite shall be subordinate to the accessory building use when located within an accessory building. And as per Section 59 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, the suite shall have a minimum floor area of 500 square feet. It shall have a maximum floor area of 1,076 square feet. The suite can contain up to 4 rooms and comply with Alberta Building Code and provincial regulations. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, or would someone like to make a motion? Counselor, sorry, I shut you off. Counselor Swigert?
Thank you, Mr. Reedy. I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor Swigert, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2025-D-025 for secondary suite in existing shop on Lot 2, Block 1, Plan 1125864 within Northwest 264-3 west of the 4th Meridian as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 59 and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions 1 through 4. And I apologize to Councilor Fadea if you had something to say there. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to go to 9.2, Planning and Community Services, 9.2.1. Morning.
Good morning. So we do have a funding request from the Bonnyville Child and Adolescent Mental Health Collaborative, operating under the Bonnyville Primary Care Network. It's a long-standing initiative with the Bonnyville community that has provided essential mental health support for youth aged 6 through 17, dealing with ADHD, anxiety, and depression. The organization was receiving funding from Recovery Alberta, but was recently informed that they will not be renewing their contract with them and that the annual contribution of $67,700 will cease as of March 31st of 2025. Recovery Alberta has indicated to the organization that they acknowledge the program's success, but their mandate is to focus on prevention and early intervention rather than addiction and recovery services. Previously, the Bonnyville Child and Adolescent Mental Health was receiving annual funding from the MD in the amount of $25,000 for a 5-year term from 2020 to 2024. They have applied for a federal grant, Mental Health Initiatives, which could provide up to $500,000 over 4 years, with the hope to expand their services. We received a letter attached as Appendix A for an urgent request for funding, support noting that losing this funding presents a significant challenge to their program, which has been supported by both the town and the MD of Bonnyville since 2016. They are requesting the MD contribute half of the funding that was previously provided by Recovery Alberta in the amount of $33,850. They have also requested the town of Bonnyville contribute the other half. As per the email correspondence attached as Appendix B, the organization is also requesting an additional amount of $16,150 for a total of $50,000 from the MD to allow for some extra time to operate while sourcing alternate funding. They were a delegation at the Town of Bonnyville Council's meeting on February 11th, where it was accepted as information at that time. So source of funding option for the requested amount could be from the Community Action Grant Reserve. Right now it has a balance of $179,000. So our recommendation is if council does wish to provide financial support, we would recommend that the desired amount be funded from the Community Action Grant Reserve.
Thank you. Counselor Fidea, have I got it right this time? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It's always a tough, tough discussion. This is a prime example of more downloading from the province. They provide a service, they get it up and running. It's a successful service, it gets everybody's emotions going, and we're all proud of this. And also they pull funding away from it. As a province, as people of the province, we pay a lot of money to them for social and for all this kind of stuff, and it shouldn't be a municipality that pays for it. So just province has to step up, and again, just one of those downloading things that are going on. I'm not supportive of this.
Thank you. Counselor Swigert?
Yeah, it's a tough one. The letter, I mean, I'm pretty sure the province is going to come up with funding, but it's a different department. They've just said this doesn't meet the mandate of that department. I have to say I'm hopefully confident that the government actually comes up with their funding, but in the interim, I still think it's an important initiative, and that we can work with the town of Bonnyville and fund half of it. I think the ask with them was $50,000. 33 plus 16 or whatever it was.
Was the ask for the MD of Bonnyville.
That's just for the MD.
And the town, and the town hopefully kind of matches that same amount, but
Well, they took it as for information. I think that's what you said.
Correct.
yeah, they did. So, I mean, I'm saying hopefully they'll match, they'll do the same thing at their meeting tonight, I suppose, but.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I kind of think it's a good program, what they're doing there, but I tend to think that it is a provincial responsibility and it's more downloading. If we pick up the cost of it, then we're just accepting more downloading. And I don't think we want to be going down that road. It's unfortunate that the provincial government creates a program and then cuts the funding. It's kind of like our bridges. They build them and then walk away from them, so.
Go ahead, Counselor Swigert.
Yes, Mr. Reeve, if I made a motion to approve 50,000, I'd want the MD to make sure they know it's a one-year thing, and that we should also write a letter to the province saying that we're supporting this to get them through the year, and that's it. And can you actually tell us how much we are funding it each year?
We were funding at $25,000 a year for a 5-year term that ended at the end of 2024.
Okay, thanks. So I'll make the motion to fund the 50,000, but we need a letter to the province stating that it's a temporary loan, and we're not, and mention the downloading because it is important. So I'll make that motion to support it.
Okay, while we're waiting for that to be written, Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, it is upsetting that the province seems to keep putting it down, all these things continuing towards our municipalities. But this is something that I believe we have to look after. There's it's an issue in our area, this mental health. And I know a lot of young ones that have passed since I've been on council because of mental health issues. And we have a responsibility to make sure we take care of our residents too. There are residents, and if I can save one life with $50,000, have at it, There is a lot of issues going on, and I agree with Councillor Swaggart on this. And I believe we should get our MLA, Scott Sear, and send a letter to him and tell him to push that we continue with this funding for our area, for our community, for our youth. Thank you.
Councillor Fidel?
If you have a motion, so you can go ahead, read it, and
Okay.
then I'll,
It didn't come up yet, so.
okay, sounds good. Well, I can.
Sorry about that.
I can talk
just-
about it now.
I wanted him to look at it before, because he had a lot to say there, and I want to make sure that's what he wants to capture. I guess it's in
And
here.
Mr. Reeve, I'll just ask, the 25,000 that we were giving each year, where did that come from?
I'm
sure?
not sure, I could check for you, but I'm
Because I'm just,
unaware.
and then maybe you can talk a little bit about, well, maybe you're not the person to talk about it, but the source of the funding, I'm not sure if that's where it should come from, because is that going to limit other groups, coming forward? And I guess I'll add to that too, so that's 25,000 that we would have given them anyway, plus an extra 25.
No, not this year. Our funding, our 5-year funding
Ran
was
out?
done last year, 2024.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask, where would that funding come from last year?
So through the Reeve, I believe, so this is not my area of expertise, but I do believe that it came from the Community Operating Grant Program, and it was for a 5-year term. So that ended last year. So there is no funding allocation for this purpose in the 2025 budget. That's why we're suggesting that the funding come from the reserve, the Community Action Grant Reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Susan.
Councillor Crick? Oh, I guess I should read, did you read this over? Okay. You want to speak before we? Okay, go ahead. Okay, I gotta cancel somebody here. Okay.
I
go
just,
ahead,
just wanted clarity if the 25,000 that we were giving them before, if that was for this mental health navigator program, or if it was for the Hive, or what exactly it was for.
It's my understanding it was for the Bonnyville Child and Adolescent Mental Health.
Okay. So it wasn't 100% funded then from the provincial government, it was funded in part by the MD and in part by the provincial government
And the town,
Correct.
and the town as well.
and the town. Okay. Thanks, that brings clarity.
Okay, Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, of course, mental health is very important. Myself, I'd be in favor of the 25,000 as opposed to the 50,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swaggart, go ahead.
Mr. Reeve, so the motion is okay. I just would like to add there, make sure that our MLA actually gets a copy of that also. It says letter to the minister, so we have to keep our MLA informed if we're doing this.
Okay, we'll wait for that to be added. Councillor Fidel, you want to say something?
Yeah,
while we're
so
waiting?
with that being added, I just want to say, and just, I'm trying to be very respectful of this. Yes, they are our residents, but they're also children of the province as well, right? So all the stuff does not have to rely on our shoulders. My business tax, my income tax go towards these programs, not my municipal taxes. Again, it's one of those things where the province knows they're gonna cut something, and it's sad that they come up with a program that is successful, and now is this planned? Is this an actual planned execution of theirs? There's more downloading. They're gonna create a program. They're gonna hook, line, and sinker, and next thing you know, we're funding not only this one, but we're funding 5, 10 more programs along with this. So mental health is a huge part of this. Also the schools have funding for mental health. They have counselors in schools, and I think, somebody has to open up the purse strings besides the MDs and municipalities.
In the towns and the cities. Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, so the motion, I've read it again, it's fine, Mr. Reeve.
Okay.
So I'll just add, though, they're not asking us to do this forever. They're saying they need some interim funding until they can get the the government to come forward with the rest of their funding. So if they don't, then we discuss it again next year or whatever, but I agree, we can't keep doing this forever.
Okay, I'm going to read this motion, then we'll have discussion. Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that council approves the funding request from the Bonneville Child and Adolescent Mental Health Collaboration in the amount of $50,000 to be funded from the Community Action Grant Reserves, and furthermore, the council approves sending a letter from the Reeve to the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction and MLA Scott Sear regarding his concerns with the reduction in funding for the initiative. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's defeated. Thank you. Yeah, would someone like to make a motion for a smaller amount like we funded before? Councillor Kraviak?
Thank you.
1 second, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Kolinsky. I'll make a motion for the 25,000 like we normally gave.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait for that to come up. Yes, Councillor Swaggart.
Can we still have those letters sent, though, to the minister and the MLA?
Yeah, we can add that on. We'll just wait till it comes out. It can be the same motion, just with the amount changed. And I'm sure what the... All right, thank you. Councillor Kraviak, it's the same motion but from 50 to 25,000. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I think this kind of event should trigger, I guess, communication from the province to MLA Scott of the services that are being reduced in his jurisdiction. So, but it is also important to get him on it. So,
Yeah,
for sure.
I totally agree with everyone. Any other discussion on this, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I'll vote for the 25, but I just hope that a child doesn't get missed because of what their funding and that. So I think we got to put very rapid response to the minister and to Scott Sear to move on this to make sure they get their funding so they can continue to help our youth.
Well, I don't think we're far off from their ask, and then they also, their second part, they said they were willing to send a delegation to talk to us if somebody else doesn't fund them or the government doesn't come through, so, right? Councillor Crick.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that sometimes in our society, we're so socialist and everything goes to the government, and so much so that both parents are working all the time and kids are being raised without, or growing up without parents around because everybody's trying to work to pay the taxes for all the programming. And that could be a cause of some of the mental health issues we see in kids. So just a point of interest.
Yeah, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 9.2.2.
So administration is seeking approval to remove the municipal reserve designation from Plan 822-1629, Block 2, Lot 11MR, within the northeast of 1062-1, as shown on the map on Appendix A. Development of the Cherry Grove Fire Hall on this property was approved on Development Permit 2023 D256. Removing the municipal reserve designation from Lot 11MR would be more consistent with the property's existing use as a fire hall. If administration is directed to proceed with the removal of the municipal reserve designation, the process would include a public hearing, advertisement, and any information collected would be presented to council for them to take into consideration before directing administration to notify the register to remove the designation. So administration is recommending that council directs administration to proceed with the process to remove the MR designation from Lot 11 MR.
Counselor Fidel.
Yeah, option number one, and I know what Councillor Swiger is going to say, that MR should be reserved for parks and everything else. But unfortunately, that corner of the Cherry Grove hamlet will not get used for a park at all. The park right now is at the ag grounds, which they have about 10 acres there. So, and so again, for maintenance costs and everything else, the Ag Society is taking care of it. So again, I guess just more cost savings for us. So option number one, please.
Thank you, Counselor Fidel, for making this motion that council directs administration to proceed with the removal of municipal reserve designation from Plan 8221629, Block 2, Lot 11 MR with Northeast 1062, 1 west of the 4th Meridian. Any discussion? Yes, Counselor Swaggart, then Counselor Slipchuk.
Nope.
You're good?
I waive.
Counselor Slipchuk?
I got a question for me is, shouldn't have this been removed before we started the construction then, or why wasn't it, or?
Yes, ideally, it could have been moved before, but because we wanted to get the construction started right away, administration's direction was to get the development permit approved prior to removing the municipal reserve designation.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Crick?
Yeah, saying similar question, I guess. What is really the point of having a public hearing when we've already gone ahead and decided what we're doing with that land?
Well, you could still continue with the municipal reserve designation. It is quite a large lot, so the fire hall only takes up a small portion of it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. And I think we're going to take a break before we do 9.23. We're on to 9.2.3. I believe that's Planning and Community Services fourth quarter report.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So administration is presenting to council the Planning and Community Services quarterly report for October, November, and December of 2024. And we're going to start with planning and development. So in the fourth quarter at planning and development, just at a glance, we had 46 development permits issued, 40 building permits, 5 subdivision applications, 14 realtor reports, 1,548 calls received by our planning and development reception, 12 housing starts, 226 safety codes permits, 417 inspection reports. We ordered 50 address signs, and we had 52 satisfaction surveys that we sent out. So for development permits, you can see we had permits within all the wards, with the top wards of permits for wards 1, 5, and 6. So there were 46 development permits issued. The average time to issue was 1 day for a permitted use. Approach permit was 12 days, and discretionary use, the average time was 33 days. So for building permits, we had 40 issued, the majority of them residential. Average time to issue was 15 days, with total construction value of $11.2 million. And housing starts, we had 7 single-family dwellings and 5 mobile homes. For our safety codes permits, we had 226 safety code permits, which broke down to 74 electrical, 21 plumbing, 113 gas, 18 septic, and we processed 417 inspection reports. The average time to issue these permits were same day for the electrical, plumbing, and gas permits, and the septic permits average time was 2 days. Just some updates on realtor reports. We had 14 completed with a turnaround time of 2 days. Address signs, 50 ordered, 43 picked up with a turnaround time of 2.5 weeks. We had 7 new non-compliances, and 6 of them resolved by issuance of development and building permits. Excuse me. We had 52 surveys sent out. We received 7 responses that were satisfied to very satisfied, with the exception of 1 applicant who was disappointed in the lengthy approval process. So this applicant was for an application of the Nicholson subdivision on Moose Lake. And as the property was owned to Lake Bank, a variance was required to build closer to the bank, so that did cause some delays, as well as there were some delays with the engineering screw piling information that was provided to inspections group. I reached out to the applicant to see if there's anything we could do, but I did not hear back from him at all. For subdivisions, we had 5 new subdivisions with an average of 49 days for approval. We had 10 applications endorsed, and we had 2 extensions granted. Some project updates. So Moose Lake and Chicken Hill ASP both received their 2nd and 3rd readings at council on August 27th. Crane Lake and Highway 55 area structure plans, they received 1st reading on August 27th, public hearing October 8th, and 2nd and 3rd readings were given to that October 22nd. Highway 28 and Highway 41 area structure plans, we're currently working on the 5-year review of the Highway 2841 ASP. We are expecting some minor updates, including sections related to the regional airport, now under ownership of the MD, and formatting for consistency with the recently adopted area structure plans. Some 2024 year-end updates. So we had completed projects. The City of Cold Lake annexation was completed. The MD of Bonnyville Airport subdivision, 8 lots from that subdivision have been sold to the previous leaseholders, and there are 2 lots remaining titled to the MD of Bonnyville. 6 roadway licensing applications, 1 road closure and sale application, 1 development appeal to the SDAB, 1 municipal development plan amendment, and 3 land use bylaw amendments for rezoning. And we had 1 policy amendment to the licensing of municipal lands policy. Our aerial imagery, which is updated every 3 years, was flown on August of 2024, and it now includes Ward 6 North. So the final product was received in December and is now available in our GIS mapping system. Area structure plan reviews and updates. We did the Moose Hill Moose Lake, Chicken Hill Lake, Crane Lake, and Highway 55 ASPs. As well, for our municipal lands education update, educational brochures were distributed and signs were installed for the 2024 priority areas, which include Birch Ridge Estates, Whispering Spruce, and Ethel Lake subdivisions. We do have a few ongoing projects from 2024. So the public land purchases from the province, the Marie Lake subdivision lands, and the Crane Lake West lands. So they have been submitted, reviewed, and compliant. We're still waiting on final approval. Our environmental coordinator reached out to them, but did not get an update for us. So Highway 28 and 41 area structure plan, the draft document is nearing completion, and it's going to be in the referral stage. As well, with our land use bylaw review and update, we are just completing a draft document for a referral stage as well. Our general municipal servicing standard, the draft document is complete and it is ready to be reviewed by an external consultant. In our municipal lands education, so scheduled to circulate education brochures and install signage at Moose Lake properties this summer, fall of 2025. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Crick.
Thank you. The land use bylaw, it says the draft document is complete and currently in the referral stage. What does that mean?
So we've been working with the consultant after the information we took in from our public hearing or public open houses. We've been working with Stantec and we have a draft document ready. So we're going to be doing internal referrals to the other internal departments within the municipality to make sure it fits within all their policies as well.
Okay. And then when would we expect as council to see that document again?
So after we do that, then we go back out for more consultation from the public, and then after that.
Okay. So like a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Probably at least 2 to maybe 3 months.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, regards to the airport lots, you said there's 2 that weren't taken by the owners. So what's the plan going forward with those 2
Yep.
lots? Are we listing them? Are we putting them for sale? And then also, we were looking at developing more lots going east from those buildings. Are those lots developed, are ready to go?
So the 2 lots that did not get purchased by the leasees, we're just waiting for the snow to melt out, which is probably now. And we're going to go do an inspection to make sure all the encumbrances have been removed, and then we will be putting them up for sale at fair market value.
Okay, and what about the ones east that we talked about? I think there was 17 more lots.
Yep, so that is a new initiative that we're looking to move forward for 2025.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. You brought up lots of questions, but I was just going to ask you, can you kind of expand on the public land purchases from the province, so at Murray Lake and Crane Lake? And what, I'm not
Yeah.
so familiar with the Crane Lake one, I guess, but.
Yeah, so they're just in the system with the province. We're trying to get an update from them. The environmental coordinator reached out to them about a month ago and again last week, and we don't have an update as to when they're going to be completed.
Sorry, but I'm not sure what we're buying land from the province?
Correct. So those are the lands at Murray Lake are the lands that when they were in ID 18, they should have been brought over as environmental reserve or municipal reserve, but they're still in the name of forestries. So we're looking to purchase those. And on the west side of Crane Lake, there's a portion of Crown land that would be better suited to be an environmental reserve.
Have we had that discussion at council? Because I can't recall the chunk of land and so is it an environmental reserve we're purchasing, or?
So we did some Crown land on the west side of Crane Lake. There's environmental reserve and then a chunk of Crown land before the lake. And so this process has been going on for about 3 years, I think, 2022.
So it's the Crown land that we're trying to get so that we can carry that, so you don't have 3 different types of land?
Correct. That's
Okay.
correct, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk.
My question is, those 2 lots you said that you're going to go and
I'm sorry. Go again.
those 2 lots that weren't taken by, over by the leasee, can one of those lots be joined with where our terminal building is maybe? Because I don't know which which lots it is, so when we build our new terminal building?
Yeah, I'm not sure which lots they are, but they definitely could be consolidated to another lot to make it larger. That is a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, Counselor Sipchick. Counselor Fideo?
Yeah, Counselor Swigert, so with Murray Lake, you know, we got the subdivisions, but we didn't get any kind of the lots in between for grading, and we couldn't even touch like any of that stuff. So, yeah, so this will eliminate a lot of the problems that are there now. So looking forward to it. But typical government, red tape, red tape, red tape.
Thank you, Counselor Swigert.
What's the timeline for that? It was 2022, so any idea when the provinces, we've paid it, but they'll change governments before we won't even get our money back.
We paid an application fee, so just an application fee for the purchase. So, like I said, we did reach out to them, but we didn't get an estimated timeline on when it would be complete.
Should we write another letter, or what do we need? Are we waiting on them to do something since 2022?
Our environmental coordinator has reached out to them. His last contact is no longer working on that project, so he's looking to try and find out who is the contact at the province working on it now.
Do we need CAO or Reeve to send a letter? I'm not sure. I mean, I hate to say we wait. I don't like to see people saying we're waiting because you may wait forever, but. And then I'll ask that. Maybe we need to send another letter, and then I'll ask, is there any update on Brown's Industrial, their application?
Yeah, no, as far as I know, the consultant for Brown's Industrial is still working with Alberta Transportation. They weren't excited about what Alberta Transportation had for them, and so they're still working to try and change their mind.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reeve, do we need a letter to the province? We're trying to buy Crown land and they're not responding, basically. I think it wouldn't hurt.
Have we sent one already?
I'm unsure. I'm not sure if Brian could help what Conrad has done. He's the one that's been in charge of the purchase.
Well, we'll give those guys a bit of time.
Yeah, because Mr. Reeve, 2021 for Murray Lake, we paid an application fee. We're waiting, and then 2022 we're waiting. It's been a few years.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I think we're going to purchase it. Okay. Yes. So that yes.
They want us to take it.
Yes, it was that bad. So was our understanding.
That's right. So through the Reeve to Councillor Swigert, it's my understanding that everything is still back with the province, as they are the ones that want us to take this over. So the last time that we had the conversation about this, they wanted the MD to perform like an FNC and all this sort of stuff, and we just said, look, this is your initiative, not the MD's initiative for this. So it's still back with the province. We're waiting. Our last communication, I think, with them was the 19th-ish of December, and we haven't heard back from them as of yet. So it's all still back in their hands. And I know what you're saying about waiting, but it's
their initiative.
It's their initiative that we're waiting on.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Slipchick?
So you say the province wants us to take it over?
Yeah, it's my understanding that there's a section there that the province wants us to take over because it just makes sense for the MD to have that portion as opposed to public lands because it's within that subdivision. So they're trying to initiate us taking it over.
Okay, so then maybe we can ask them how much they're wanting to give us to take it over.
Well, that's why we're not expending any resources in this, as it's not our initiative as far as I understand.
Thank you. Councillor Fideo?
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to send an email on behalf of council to get an update on it. I think just kind of a friendly nudge. But, you know, it becomes our problem where you have, you know, flooding issues and all along with that stuff. So it's still our issue. And I mean, yeah, it's their initiative, but it benefits, you know, the MD residents and our staff and everybody else, because you guys are the ones that are taking the phone calls and doing all that and taking the heat for something that we can't do. And I think, yeah, a little friendly nudge would be great.
I don't disagree.
All right, thank you. Councillor Swigert?
Yeah, can we just to be clear, I thought Councilor Perdeva, it was our initiative because we wanted to, because you had an issue out there and we needed the land. So didn't we initiate the purchase of the Crown land or no?
Go ahead.
We did both, and then they kind of realized that it was a thing, they're like, yeah, oops, that should have been turned over. But when it did, it didn't. It's just one less thing for them to worry about.
Okay, well, it needs to
All
follow.
right, let's just give them a friendly reminder. Ben, write that down and we'll send it. Okay?
Okay, thanks. We've got asset management next.
That'd be me.
Right, thought I was gonna be at the end.
Oh, you were like half a second? Morning.
So, to date, asset management has been a little slow. We lost a few staff, and then we've since hired Urban Systems to complete state of infrastructure reports for Parks and Rec, utilities, and road infrastructure, and that began in January of this year. And we've been working with them and infrastructure to get that done. GIS at a glance for the year. I've done many projects for all of the internal clients, but our big project this year, which I'm most proud of, is our ownership map. We took that in-house and we no longer have a consultant doing it, and we completely changed how it looked from the base up. So kind of blew it apart and made new designs, and going forward, all would need to be updated would be ownership names and any road infrastructure that changes. So a big project for gain for us. So we're no longer paying a consultant to make those maps. And that's pretty much my year in a glance. Pretty short and sweet. So any questions?
All right, any questions? Oh. Counselor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. So Urban Systems, have they completed state of the infrastructure report?
No, it's not due to be completed until, I believe, April. So we have met with them, both virtually and in-house. They've met with our infrastructure team, all of the foremans and Brian, to go over the road infrastructure and the condition of that infrastructure. And they are just waiting for our report on our inspections, which is going to go to them by the end of this month, and then they will compile that for a report. And I believe those reports are predicted to be ready by end of April, early May.
I just have a question.
Sure.
I'm kind of getting half blind. Most of these maps, you need two sets of glasses and a magnifying glass to see.
Yes, you do, and that's to do with how big we are, the scale, we just can't make it any larger. I only have a 42-inch plotter.
Right.
So that's kind of our limitations.
Can we make like a map for guys like me that, like are a few stages that you could like fold out or tape together or something?
Once we go to a folded map, our cost to produce that increases significantly. So right now, we're still printing them in-house, and we're charging the public $10 a map, which covers basically just our paper and ink. To move to a printed map that's folded would significantly increase that cost. There's not saying we can't do it, but it probably wouldn't change the scale very much. We're pretty much limited with the size, but we do have the map online where you can zoom in. It's a PDF, so you can zoom in like you can any other document. And our online map also, publicly you can't see who owns the map because that's swipeable, but you can see all the infrastructure on our online GIS.
Okay, good. Counselor Swigert.
Just a comment, why wouldn't you just print the MD map in maybe 4 sections, so it's not one MD map, it's 4, and you can ask for the section you want? And still charge $10, but those folks only need the section they're interested in, and then everything's twice or 4 times bigger.
Sure, through the review, that is an option we can totally do. It's just this is the format we've used in the past and we're familiar with. There's nothing stopping us going forward looking at that format. I could work up a design and see how that would look, and
I think the review would be happy with that.
Well, I think so, because there's a lot of, I'm gonna call myself elderly here, but they're not gonna go on a computer and find they just want a piece of paper that's blown up that you can actually see something. That's,
yeah. And
I like that idea though.
yes, the text on the map is quite small due to the nature of the scale that it has to stay at. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us going forward to revamping the design. So that's something I can work on in the next quarter for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, is next. Thank you so much. Great job.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. It's my
Morning.
pleasure this morning to present to you the fourth quarter progress report for economic development. Economic development at a glance. The fourth quarter, we had 16 meetings, 3 lead generations, 4 projects worked on, 12 business visits, and attended 3 events. You have in front of you the business and industry growth strategy update. So the MD registry, business registry program is expanding. The economic development website has been completed. The business visitation program is ongoing. The value proposition has been completed. The investment attraction action plan through NRED is ongoing. ACP commercial industrial property listings program is in development through Hub Partners. The business attraction, retention, and expansion program is ongoing. The community profile has been completed. New ACP meat processing feasibility study application was actually approved and will be moving forward in partnership with the County of St. Paul. We're also working through the Hub on an unmanned aerial vehicle SCOP grant. That's ongoing. And most recently have started work on small modular reactor consultations. We put in a grant for that through SCOP, and we've not, that application is pending. From a pure economic development perspective, we continue to move on with ongoing regional economic development initiatives, which include the REAP and Hub, and our work with the Chambers of Commerce on the Ellis Dawn project. We continue to work with Invest Alberta and Invest Canada on lead generation. We continue to identify industrial listings for shovel-ready projects. And of course, we've responded to Invest Alberta and Invest Canada lead generation. Those lead generations were for a project named Atom for Invest Alberta, and we're currently working with the small modular reactor with Nuclean Energy, and I had a private client confidential meeting as well. We continue to work with the rest of the organization on brand development, developing communication materials. We have the MD Ambassador Program, which we have approval pending on that, and we continue to support whenever needed on the MD branding strategy. We continue to create and distribute a newsletter, and we recently published Q4, and that should see 2024, pardon me, is under development and should be ready for distribution sometime in March. Specifically, the meetings attended over the last quarter included, again, Invest Canada and Invest Alberta with site selectors, which we created relationships through SiteLink and other opportunities. We met with Lakeland Co-op and participated in their planning session. We met with Nuclean Energy. We met with Travel Lakeland, Travel Alberta, Go East, attended the AGM, have met with Portage College and the real estate brokers from Bonnyville and Cold Lake, continuing to meet with the Alberta Hub and the districts, the Bonnyville and District Chamber of Commerce, REAP, and STEP. And STEP is an acronym for the St. Paul Elk Island Economic Development Group, Jobs, Economy and Trade, Alberta Innovates, MCSnet, and ATCO. It's important that we continue to engage our business partners as we move forward in development. Events attended. We attended a Northeast Hub meeting with Invest Alberta on investment attraction, best practices. Myself and council members attended the Minister's Dinner hosted by, that was just me, the Minister's Dinner for Economic Development. But we also attended, myself and councillors, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association meeting as well. And I attended the Agri Innovations Expo in Lethbridge in November. Projects currently underway, Regional Industrial Commercial Gap Analysis, and we've kicked off the Airport Economic Impact Assessment project and the Airport Master Plan, and as well continue to work on the regional industrial commercial gap analysis, and our local industrial commercial gap analysis as well. At this point, I would love to answer any questions.
Councillor Sipchik?
Yeah, I got a few. On the meat processing facility feasibility study, have you got any feedback, heard back from any private inquiries?
So we just got the grant confirmation 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So what the process will look like is we'll put out an RFP for a consultant to work on the feasibility study with us. And so at that point in time, we'll provide information from both the MD and the county on our agricultural processors, and then whoever we choose as our consultant to move forward will definitely reach out and have stakeholder engagement with the industry for sure.
Okay, because I know there's some information about this thing out there, because I know I've been approached a couple times that people saying, well, we're going to build a meat packing plant. I said, no, it's a feasibility study.
Correct.
We'll work with St. Paul together on.
Yeah, and so just for a little more detail, Councillor Slipchuk, so what we're doing is not just looking at the amount of producers we have, right? We're looking at their distance to market. We're looking at what market share we represent, where there's growth opportunities, and not just a single species, but multiple species, right? So depending on the type of facility that you have and the licensing and certification you have, we have to be aware that producers can only access either Alberta, or then they can choose the rest of the country and international based on the certification they get for the processing plant, right? So what we have to do is understand where our markets are and how much inventory we have before we move forward with any decisions about a processing plant. So you're absolutely correct. It's a feasibility study to identify if the opportunity exists and if the local producers would be willing to react to certain opportunities that would be presented to them.
So you'll also be reaching out to, like, have talks with our food establishments, because that would reduce their costs immensely.
Absolutely.
Having local.
Right. It's a holistic approach. So it would be about the food ecosystem,
Okay.
right? So we know that, for example, in our MD, we probably represent the largest concentration of bison in the province, and probably the largest concentration in Western Canada and the second largest in all of Canada. So certainly those are some of the things that'll sort of play into the decisions or the recommendations that'll be put forward.
Okay, and my next one is Nucleon Energy. Have we had talks, because I know we were at the Canadian Manufacturers Dinner, and I had a counselor from Frog Lake Nations. He approached and said they'd be interested in having talks with us and helping us with that project and that. Have we talked outside besides ourselves? Maybe the more communities involved in it, the more rapid we can move this.
At this point in time, I haven't had those talks, and certainly that if that's the will of council, but I guess sort of the default process is that the project belongs to us, and as we move forward in our relationship with Nucleon, certainly if that opportunity presents itself, but typically we would hold our cards close to our chest until we have a relationship solidified with them and that they've created site selection, right? I have in my economic development meetings been approached by other communities with like-minded, hey, listen, please think about us and be reminded that we could work together. I'm certainly open to that, but at this point in time, I've made no commitments to any other municipalities with regards to that project at all.
Okay. And then my next one is, I know we were at the Alberta Hub together. If you could maybe bring to everybody's awareness about the Alberta government cutting the RETA funding in 3 years. So there's another area that the provincial government wants to cut, and Northeast Hub is a big factor for many municipalities for the Northeast for business development and everything. That benefited, I believe, our community a lot having this. So I just would, if you could.
Reeve, if you would indulge me to go a little off script then. Certainly. So most recently, this last Friday, there was a hub meeting at Two Hills, and it was brought to our attention for the second time that the RETA funding, which is Regional Economic Development, authorities, their funding has been capped at this point in time, and it appears that the provincial government is delivering an exit strategy or an ultimatum for these regional authorities. They had been given per capita funding and matched funding over the last 15 to 20 years, and the provincial government has decided that based on the productivity of all of the RETAs throughout the province, and I want to mention that the RETA we belong to is probably the highest producing and most recognized RETA. They want to shut all of those operations down, and they've given us sort of a 3-minute warning and said, over the next couple of years, your funding will be reduced until a point in 3 years where you will receive no further funding from the provincial government. And we've had a number of brainstorming sessions to identify where we could generate more revenue to keep that moving. But speaking on behalf of simply myself as an economic development professional, the services that they provide are crucial to us. They not only make grant applications for the whole region and provide information that helps us for studies, but those smaller organizations and communities that we could possibly work with on a regional basis don't have dedicated economic development professionals. And so the Hub organization produces marketing materials and reaches out and works on behalf of some of these smaller organizations when Invest Alberta, Invest Canada come to the region and ask for information on projects that could possibly be relocated here. So I think that it's detrimental if the organization disappears. I do not have the answer for how we continue to support the organization. I think that's something that Councillor Slipchuk in his behalf, in his capacity, could come back to council and talk to you guys about that. And there's an opportunity to have the Executive Director, Bob Bispelko, to come and make a presentation to the organization and perhaps provide to you what he feels is the impact of the organization, and perhaps some testimonials from some of the other organizations. Again, I feel that we've worked with the Hub fairly well, and they've provided some really good information to us. And in fact, in a previous life, when I was an economic development officer in Lloydminster, we did a cluster study, and as a result of the cluster study through the Hub, we had completed a trade junket to England and to Germany to identify some investment attraction for the base and also for the oil industry for some welding and servicing support. That happened a long time ago, but that project probably wouldn't have happened in Lloydminster without the support of the Hub.
Yeah. So then, like, instead of wait until the 3 years, I think here's another letter we could be sending and start putting pressure, advocating and putting pressure on the government. This way, we put all these letters in one envelope, we'll save it on the stamps.
Thank you, Councillor Swigert, then Councillor Fadeev.
100% agree with Councillor Slipchuk. It's, yeah, we got to do that. It's important. I think Mr. Bispelko's at a Cold Lake Chamber event coming up or something too?
He is. He's speaking at the breakfast AGM, correct?
I was going to ask you, well, there was two things here. REIP, I wish you wouldn't abbreviate just so that I can remember what it is, but like STEP, it used to be Student Temporary Employment Program, but anyway, maybe just type those out next time so.
Sure. And for everybody's knowledge, it's the Regional Economic Information Sharing Partnership. That's what REAP stands for. So it's basically a layer below the Hub, above what we do, and so it's the Bonnyville and Cold Lake Chambers of Commerce. It's the Economic Development Officers and Community Futures and Alberta Labour.
Okay, and then my question though was, we've talked about the airport here for quite a while, and it says ongoing, so you're doing an airport development economic impact assessment ongoing and airport master plan ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Ongoing doesn't mean much to me, so I guess we kind of need to have you at a meeting sometime and give us a really good update on the airport and what can council do. Like I've been saying for a while now, we need to have you know, we need you involved in economic development at the airport, but we need Alberta Health because there's lots of medical runs in all the oil industry. And so we need these guys to all come to the table and have that discussion to see where we're going with the airport before we invest, you know, more money into it. I think we need to, but I think we need that direction. So I don't know what direction you need from CAO or council, but
Reeve Klinske through to Councillor Swigert. So I can provide you a bit of a brief update at this point in time, if you'll indulge me. So March 24th and 25th, HM Aero, who are the consultants that are helping us on this particular project, will be in the community. They will be having stakeholder engagements and community engagement. They'll do a site visit at the airport, and on the 25th, they will be making a presentation to council.
Councillor Fidev.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is pretty important for us to support the airport, but when it comes down to a vote, we defeat it, right? So, I mean, it's important for us to all be together on the same page a lot of times. But anyways, so regards to the regional group from Parkland and all that stuff got defeated as well. So there was a big upheaval with that. So there'll be a lot of letters sent. And I think by the time we're done this meeting, I think we need a forklift to put a pallet of letters to the province. But yeah, I think we need that going for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, speaking of the airport, like I know at the Alberta Hub meeting, there's a lot of interest in drone companies for testing facility, building facilities. And the sooner we're prepared for them to come in and where they can move in and start their operation. Because the sooner we get in, we got huge opportunities for diversified businesses in this community. Because the air weapons range is a big factor for them for testing for their drones and all that stuff. So, and we were told that they figured within 4 years you'll see drone delivery, hotshot services with drones, like small packages for Synovus and oil companies, even. So, the sooner we move on this stuff, the better.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I've been asked to let you know that Parks and Rec will be the next up to provide their fourth quarter. Thank you very much.
I think we have a delegation.
I didn't understand that.
No, we have a delegation.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. Well, welcome. Go ahead.
Welcome. I should call you Reeve.
Yeah, that's okay. What do you think of bigger maps?
Yeah, right. I'm Judy Sabai, and this is Sherry McCulley. And first, we'd like to thank you for giving us the time at this meeting to, I know you've got a busy schedule going. We're representing the Friends of the Lakeland. Friends of the Lakeland is a non-profit, unregistered group of individuals and businesses who have come together to coordinate a community event featuring a world-renowned motivational speaker, Skid Row CEO Joe Roberts. In our ever-changing world and often times of adversity, Friends of the Lakeland would like to afford an opportunity to our youth and our communities to hear Joe Roberts inspire hope and success in the future. On March the 25th, Joe Roberts will be presenting his life-changing story at the C2 Center in Bonnyville. Joe Roberts delivers a message of a person's potential from his story of childhood trauma to the streets of Vancouver and then changing his life to becoming a CEO of a company, delivering this message from his own life experiences. We are planning for students from 8 schools in the Lakeland region and know it will have a profound effect on them. Student event is midday, and in the evening we will have another presentation for the public at large. Thanks to Lakeland Credit Union and local businesses who have stepped up to make this possible, both events free of charge. There will be 10 draws for $500 gift cards for the kids to open an educational bank account. There will, for students for their future, also gift cards for free draws for the students from local businesses. We are aware challenges of substance abuse and homelessness are becoming an issue throughout our country. Even the Lakeland area. Friends of the Lakeland goal is to provide our communities a chance to see and change personal potential for a successful future. If one life is changed or inspired, we have succeeded, pushing for change one step at a time. Lakeland
Friends is inviting the MD to join our friendship. We are asking the MD for a donation of $2,500 to assist with the expense of the C2 rental and the equipment. Pushing for change one step at a time. At this time, if anybody has any questions, we're open.
Counselor Crick.
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually went online and watched, because I think you'd presented to an FCSS, maybe, so I'd heard about it a little bit. So I went online and watched some of his presentations. Phenomenal presentation. I think it's really great, and I'm 100% on board. Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we, do you want a motion right now, or you? No,
It's
okay.
you. You
Yeah,
got the
I'll make a motion that we accept the presentation and bring it back to a future meeting in council for consideration. Yeah, that is the motion, option one. We're not gonna, yeah, thanks. I think it's a great initiative that I'm on
Thank you.
board.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick's making a motion here. The council accepts the presentation by Friends of the Lakeland Group as information, and furthermore, directs administration to bring their request for the event funding support to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion? Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, thanks. So you guys are non-association, so you're not registered,
No, go ahead.
so we can't apply for the
So,
grants?
yeah, we cannot apply through the grant system because we are
That's right.
unregistered but we are a nonprofit. Basically what this started off as is Judy and I had seen, this gentleman speak at one of our conferences, and it was literally life-changing. As a retired RCMP officer, I have watched, for 23 years of my service, how the drugs and the homelessness at one point was just down here, but as the years go by, it's increased to an unknown amount of, like, we don't even know why or where it's gonna stop. This gentleman, I think, is just basically speaking in individuals' potential, that if there is some kind of hope out there for our young, it's there still, it's just to find it. So as a nonprofit, as a group, we just came together, basically with the support of the Lakeland Credit Union's donation for his presentation. We just put a group together with different businesses, the town of Bonnyville and stuff, and kind of asked just for funding to basically, the bottom line, support this event. Just the cost. There's nothing, we have so many donations coming in for like water and food, and so we just needed a little bit of extra help for the bigger money things, like the
So-
C2 and.
So would there be an easier way to give as far as like maybe a sponsorship for the event versus a donation? This way we can kind of,
So the major sponsor, like Sherry said, is the credit union. They're sponsoring the cost of him because this man doesn't come cheap. And I'd just like to add that this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime for Bonnyville and area. He's international all over the world now, and from here, next day he's back someplace else speaking. So I feel this is an opportunity for the whole area to become aware of what's happening. And with the announcements now of the hospitals that they're talking about putting in and everything with regard to drugs and with regard to alcohol, it just fits right in if we can save some of these kids.
yeah, like I don't think there's an issue of the money part, just for us, because you're a non-for-profit.
Yeah.
You can't go for a grant. So where do we get the money from in our line items? For our
You're the
part?
pros, you know where to put it.
Know what I mean? Yeah, so.
I think we just had a pro walk over to another pro. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you.
Reading Council, if I may, we need a chance to look for the funding, where it's going to come. So we request that we can table it and bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Slipchuk? Yep, there you go.
So you're getting lots of support from local businesses in that? like,
We've went to a
positive.
few businesses to support because we were raising money to have the gift certificates for the kids so they can open an educational fund and the other costs that are involved with it. And so we're down to the C2 Center and equipment and pretty well there. I'd like to add that this is not confirmed yet, but I'm working right now on busing from Cold Lake because, as you know, the school systems sometimes have a tight budget as well. And if everything goes well, I've been able to take care of the busing from Glendon, and so I'm hoping I can do that at Coal Lake.
Yeah, we're trying to provide a service that, so the kids from grades 9 to 12 can actually all attend here without any cost to any different systems, like through the school board or anything. So our funding has basically been to pay for buses, to pay for the C2 center. And we have a bit of a budget that we don't want to we don't want excess money. We're just trying to stick within very small parameters, coming to the MD, the towns, a few businesses, the credit union and stuff like that, just so we're in that box. We don't want all to go out there and, raise sponsorship with excess money that we are not going to use.
As soon as we get to our limit.
So what's the date for this?
It's the 25th of March.
5th of March. So, I don't know, Tracy would know, I don't think we'd be able to get into the Rural Review and also advertise that. No, wouldn't make it. Okay, so this would also, not just for kids, I think it'd be great for adults to go and see and hear what's going
It would
on,
be-
parents.
I can honestly tell you that I was at that event with Sherry, and there was 1,000 people there, and probably half of them were in tears because of his potential to understand the potential of yourself, right? And I don't know if you guys have read the stuff I've sent and whatever, but he was a child from young that was not treated very well and then was on drugs at a very young age, and decided an old man talked to him and changed his life.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's where I'm at.
Just a quick question. If you get all the kids there, how many people are there?
Okay, good. Thanks.
Because if we start, we'll have no room for the kids there.
8 schools. I've worked this and worked and worked. I've been working on this since last May. I've invited 8 schools, which is Bonnyville, Coal Lake, Glendon, Frog Lake, and Kehewan. I would ask more, but there's too many students. And so there's 1,570 students. And if I take 70% of the students, we would have 1,100 kids there. And we've already talked to the C2 and everything about this. It's just a matter of the communities supporting this, so we're all on the same page.
So even if we wanted a bunch of other adults to come, we don't really have the room for them.
Well, we have two events.
Okay.
One is the day from 11 till 1:30 for students only and the schools.
Okay.
And then we have the evening event that starts at 7 o'clock, which will be the same presentation, open to all ages, all walks of life.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, it's definitely something.
Will this, are you guys gonna record it where maybe we could send in the video to record into schools that have been missed or?
You know what?
I don't
I'm
think
in
guys like that record their sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to.
I haven't asked
Yeah.
that question yet. I'm on contact.
I've been to those things before. They don't allow that.
They might not allow it.
I think we've touched almost every school within the Lakeland area.
Okay.
And we also have a video coming out that's done personally by him, and it's going to be all over the media and Facebook and everything. And it's a video that says, "Hi, this is who I am, and I'm coming to your community." And
Promotional,
yeah, it's a
Okay,
promotional thing,
well
yeah.
done, professional.
As long as you remember Iron River School, Judy.
They only have 1 to 8. Sorry.
They only have 1 grade 8,
So maybe next year.
but they're all
Okay,
winners.
Counselor Crick.
Thanks.
Yeah. So if we bring this back to the next meeting, it's on the 25th, is that enough? Does that give you time, to plan your event, kind of?
By when?
Well, our next council meeting, which will be, when is that? Let me see here. March 11th.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
we're-
So then we'll just leave the motion as is, and the reason we do our motions like this for all of council is then our administration brings a report, they tell us what our options are, where our funding can come from, and we go from there.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Swigert. 1 second. Counselor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Judy, you mentioned the package or whatever. I don't think I got anything
Yeah.
from you, so it'd be nice to,
There was a package sent here and a video. I brought a USB port. You guys were all supposed to get it.
we'll find it. We haven't heard of
I
it,
have a whole
so.
package, and somebody let me know if you don't have it, because I will send it back out.
Go ahead, Steph.
Hi, Mr. Reeve. Yes, we have the video. We can't attach videos to the agenda package, so we do have it ready to play if council would like us to, and that's what we received for.
How long is the video?
About 5 minutes.
Would you guys like to watch this? Yeah, let's watch it.
It's
Yeah.
about 2 minutes long.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Let's watch it
What
2.5
happens when you get
times.
older, Rich.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Skid Row Joe, is that what you called him, Skid Row Joe?
Yeah,
Oh, thank
there
you.
he is. Yeah, Skid Row, CE.
There, my name is Joe Roberts, and I wanted to extend a personal invitation to have you join us on March the 25th in your community. You know, with so much adversity, challenge, and change over the last few years, sometimes it's difficult for us to see possibility or a way forward. In our communities all over the place, we're seeing an increase in mental health, substance use disorder, homelessness, all kinds of issues both at home and in our community. And I want to come and share a message of hope, a message of possibility, and it's something that's really close to my heart. You see, when I was 22 years old, I was homeless. I lived in Vancouver's notorious downtown east side. I pushed a shopping cart and collected cans and bottles. But I got a second chance at life. I went back to school, alcohol and drug treatment, got my life together, and in less than 12 years, I became a celebrated entrepreneur. But I didn't stop there. You see, youth mental health and safety was really important to me, and I wanted to raise awareness on what we could do to better protect young people, to make sure every kid grows up and realizes their potential. So in 2016 and 17, I pushed a shopping cart, a symbol of chronic homelessness, 9,000 kilometers across Canada. So I'm going to share that story. I guarantee you're going to leave inspired and seeing the world differently. Great way to kick off and look forward into 2025 and beyond. So my name's Joe Roberts, the Skid Row CEO, and I look forward to seeing you in your community on the 25th of March.
Good.
Really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thanks
presentation.
Thanks a lot, Council. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. That's great. We have a motion, gentlemen. Any other discussion on this motion? Yes, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, should we put the date in there for the date of our council meeting? I'll come back for that date, council meeting.
That's a friendly amendment. You okay with that? Okay. I don't know if we did that right, Stephanie, but it's the wink wink. All right. Okay, any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, ladies. Have a great rest of the day. Thanks for all you're doing. Still 9.2.3. We are Parks and Recreation, correct?
Good morning, all council.
Morning.
Parks and Recreation, the quarterly report. The first little section is more of highlights over the entire year for our campgrounds. Our campgrounds closed on the end of Q3, and Q4 we're giving the actual numbers. So for our full summer camping season, the increase of 1,301 total nights booked from last year is what we increased our bookings in all of our campgrounds. In total, there was 18,922 nights booked for the year. That brought to us $916,808 in revenue. Cold Lake being one of our biggest campgrounds and one of our busiest campgrounds, the revenues out of that campground alone was just under the $500,000 mark, $494,000. Vezo Beach MD Campground showed the highest usage at 52% of the possible nights booked. Some other stats, we processed over 100 cords of firewood and sold throughout our campgrounds. We increased our boat dock inventory. Now we're up to 13 with the newest one location found in the Chicken Hill Campground. An interesting stat that we have is when we're beautifying our campgrounds or our MRs that are out there, we planted over 9,000 seedlings of trees throughout the MD. We have 14 flower gardens that we look after, and we used over 30,000 gallons of water each day watering these trees and our gardens. One of the big major events that we hosted in the Cold Lake Campground, being the Sparkle in the Park, brought in $35,000 raised for the healthcare. 204 kilograms of food was donated, 3,100 vehicles went through the park, and over 80 displays from local participants came through our campground, which is great. The Q4 project updates, the VIC building retrofit is now 100% completed. The Cold Lake MD boat launch, we're 50% completed on that project right now. All in-water work has been completed. The crews worked through the ice and through the cold temperatures and put the in-water work done. Come this spring, we do have to go back now and do the paving and the final landscaping. So the paving, typically the asphalt plants will open up June 1st, and we'll get in there right away and get that completed. Cold Lake Picnic Shelter, we have a picnic shelter that we needed to get revamped. That's right now 25% completed. The old one has been removed. Design of the new one has been, and we're out for pricing. Our outdoor rink program, again, this year we managed to get the ice put in on all 3 of our rinks by December the 20th, before the Christmas break. Ideal temperatures for ice building, again, is -7 to -20. Outside of those temperatures, we have issues where the ice will shatter, and it's more of a maintenance task for us. So this year, the first week of December, it was nice and cold. We started to do our ice making. We got a ½ inch of ice built on the ice rinks. Then it warmed up for a week. When we went back for a second coat, it shattered on us and created a lot of extra work for us. But we managed to get it done before the Christmas break. Our cross-country ski trails down in Muriel Lake, before December 31st, we had a bit of snow where we went down and packed it. It wasn't the greatest at that time. We still had sticks and leaves and that, just because of the amount of snow. But we finally got them up and running, and people have been using them over the winter. Next diagram we have is our trail usage, using our counters. These are all of our paved trails that we have throughout the MD. Like other years, Q4, people tend to drop off and not get out into the cold weather as much. But it's very consistent with the other years past. Looking back at our campgrounds again, percentage of revenue, Cold Lake again being one of our highest ones. Due to its size and the amount of sites that we have there, the total revenue with all of our campgrounds across the board was $916,808 total revenue. Cold Lake being one of our main ones, French Bay also, and Vezo Beach was another one that did very well for us. Camping fees in general, just the camping fees itself, $856,000, $856,250. Our showers and laundry, we brought in $9,733. Our firewood, $40,085, and our concessions, this is in our campgrounds and at our VIC center, $10,740. The campground usage rates, again, Vezo Beach was sitting at 51.9%. That's our most used campground. Cold Lake coming in at second at 43.6%. Crane Lake and Ethel Lake right up there as well at the 46 or 42%. And then the rest of them, as we go down the list, drop off down to Chicken Hill Lake being 6.1% usage. The people that are out using our campsites, we have 6% that are from the town of Bonnyville. We have 17% from the city of Cold Lake, 16% from the MD of Bonnyville, 52% from the rest of Alberta, and the rest of Canada 5%, and internationally we have 0.16%. Then For the 2025 season, our campground rates are staying the same throughout as what we had in 2024, with the exception of Muriel Lake. We now have a full season rate. So what I mean by a full season rate is somebody can rent that site, that campsite, for the start of May right till September the 8th or September the 30th for Muriel Lake. So they can have that campsite the entire time. They don't have to move out of it. Come September, they do have to move their camper out of there, or their items that they have in that campground, and they can bring it back for the following year, but they can't keep it there over the winter season. Community services, both the trading post and the concession saw an increase in revenue. Increase of products offered by the trading post included 2 more artisans. Along with Canuso, we represented the MD at the Cold Lake Air Show. The commemorative tables and community wellness board was installed at the Vezo Beach in conjunction with the Bonneville Wellness Coalition. We hosted 7 large events at the Shaw House with 53 meeting bookings. That's the boardroom downstairs. Through community services, we have a new funding stream, the MD Scholarship Grant, created and open for 2025, focusing on medical and veterinarian program applicants. We have 77 community newsletters sent out, February, April, June, July, September, October, December, to the community groups regarding training and funding opportunities, more of an educational program to our halls and organizations out there. We had 2,412 Shaw House visitors. From within MD borders, there were 731 people. Alberta, 1,608 visitors. Canada, 56, and internationally, we had 17 visitors. The community giving recap, there was over $1,284,500 given throughout all 4 of our grant processes. Community action grants, there was $167,460. Council awarded through resolution, we had $443,231 awarded to 14 recipients. Community associations operating grants, there was $608,400 awarded to 24 applicants. And donations, sponsorships, and recognitions, there was $68,123 funded through either monetary or in-kind services. And the last 4 pages of this report is just showing us the number of people that we've actually helped out, which I think is great. Do we have any questions?
Councillor Fadeev.
Good morning. So in regards to the Cold Lake Campground with setting in the docks, the water was pretty low. Good for the contractors as far as getting it in there. How are you guys set up for the low and high water level marks? So say we get a crazy couple of years and the water levels are going to be up. How is that going to affect the launch as it sits right now, the way it was built?
So, excuse me, the overall design from the consultant, they did take in consideration the high water mark, low level mark, and I'll say the average or the median mark is where the center point of where the boat launch is supposed to be sitting at. Last spring, it was very low out there. We did go out and confirm shots to make sure that the design matched the actual conditions that were out there. When they did the construction, they had to put in an aqua dam. It's a big blow-up bag is what we put into the water, and they pump out the water outside. So the end of the concrete is in the water. The actual depth, I'd have to go back and confirm, but we're sitting at around 4 feet of water. So it has been designed, looked at, and engineered for that purpose.
Yeah, a couple of my ratepayers we're working on that facility there, and yeah, they were saying that they were very happy with the low level watermark because they could put in the dam without any big issues. So, but I was kind of thinking back in my head going, you know, what if we get some more dry years or some more wet years? How is that going to affect our cost in that? So, okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, my question is about the campgrounds. I see we got a couple that make profit, which helps sustain the losses on all the other ones. But I'm surprised to see at Crane Lake East and West that lost, because I don't know, a few times I do go out there, it seems like it's a very active place. And how are we continuing to lose money there? What do we need to change to increase that money? And a huge loss on the Wolf Lake. What contributes to that huge loss at the Wolf Lake campground?
So through the Reeve, Crane Lake, yes, is a very active campground. There's a lot of day use people, especially on Crane Lake West, that it gets full with day use people, right? The number of campsites that we have, when we look at Cold Lake makes good money. Cold Lake has 152 sites and they're booked pretty much all the time. Crane Lake, a little bit different. I think there's 24 on one side, 27 on the east. The number of people that use it, a lot of weekend people. Daytime, you go, or midweek, if you go over to Crane Lake East, it's not always full. It does look busy because the day use people that are in there. Is there something we can do to increase it, to bring more people there? Yes, there's always things. We'll have to bring that back and sit down and try to come up with more ideas. But the potential is there. It's a great lake for sure.
Okay. And one other question, you mentioned Muriel Lake, correct? They can stay there now long-term till September?
Correct.
So, and then you said they have to take their stuff and move it out and come back next year?
Correct.
What if they want us to, why couldn't we let them stay there if they're willing to pay a monthly fee and leave their stuff there?
Through the Reeve.
Could we look at that option?
Councilor Slipchuk, we are in the process we're looking at that option now. Because we don't own the land for the Muriel Lake one, it belongs to Alberta Lands. Part of our deposition is we're allowed to have a certain percentage of people stay there for the entire season, camping season, but part of the agreement that we have with them is they have to have everything pulled out.
So just don't say nothing, ask for forgiveness later.
You heard it here. Counselor Swaggart.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. The same two lakes, actually, Crane Lake, I had a residents out there many years ago actually talked about the West Campground and the old cooking shack that's at the west end there, and was talked about removing that years ago, and nothing ever happened because it's not being used, and it would make there was a lack of parking, and so if that was removed, so I'd just consider maybe having to take a look at it and see if we should remove it, and yeah, just leaves some more room for parking. And the other comment about Crane Lake was that we were going to move the Vezo Beach dock there a few years ago, and that never happened. So there's a big MR at Crane Lake. There's a couple MRs on the lake, and residents have often said there's a big MR between the east and west campgrounds, but it's just totally treed and kind of not really access to except for walking through there. So, but we had some discussion about, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, that maybe we could open it up somehow so that folks could actually use it for, recreate on it and park there and get access to the lake and actually use that area. So maybe, kind of look at that and see if there's something we can actually do out there. And I think one of the groups out there is actually, come to council with a proposal for a community dock. And so that, I think that was a different MR, but anyway, there's things we could do at Crane Lake that we sort of haven't done anything with, so it'd be nice to look at that. And the other one's Muriel Lake. I kind of agree with Councillor Slipchuk. It's a great thing. I was out there cross-country skiing on Sunday. It was nice to be out there, but you always look around and there's not very many people are out there in the summer camping. because there's no access to the lake, and my wife and I will go out and try to paddleboard, and there's no access, right? So can we sort of look at that to figure out how we can attract more people to Muriel Lake, even if we have some sort of kind of pathways that can get to the lake and like a boardwalk or something, so that when people are out there, they can actually say, okay, I can get to the lake, even if it's for paddleboarding or whatever. But just some more ideas for Muriel Lake. Otherwise, we're just not using it as we should. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fediev.
Yeah, I'm in favor of looking at Crater Lake at the expansions with, there's got to be some public consultation. So I know that the group presented, and I got 2 phone calls from other people saying, yeah, it's great for that group, but we're not in favor of it either. So I think if we move forward with that, I think, you know, I guess engagement is key for that one.
Thank you. I can add to Councillor Slipchuk's Wolf Lake. Spent a lot of time there, and when the kids were young, you could go out and catch a fish. That was a big thing, and people came from all over, and you could, you know, there was always somebody preparing a fish there at the right at the boat launch, and now you can't keep a fish. So maybe another letter. Maybe we'll need a bigger loader, not a forklift now. It's ridiculous that we can't even keep a fish in that lake. The fish are literally starving because they're just skin and bones because there's too many of them, and it's ridiculous. Anyway, that's why there's not as many people at Wolf Lake anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Think one more, Scanuso. Yep.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Council, how are you? So you'll see Reeve and Mrs. Claus up there for the Ski with Santa event.
I thought that's Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus.
So the first slide you'll see is not only just a quarterly, but sort of the year-to-date January 1st to December 31st. Just going through the 22, 23, 24 total revenues, total expenses, and the variances. So you can just kind of get a snapshot of what those last 3 years have looked like. Next slide goes into the Q4 revenue and expenses. So as you can see with the 22, 23, just the variances that have occurred. So going from around that negative 700,000 down to negative 400,000. So quite an improvement over the last 2 ski seasons in the fourth quarter. The next slide will go by service area. So you'll see lift passes and the associated revenue to each line item there as you go through. And you'll see that there are generally growth in all service areas at Canuso. The next slide, as we usually talk about for success in the winter season, is season passes. So we just kind of look to see what those numbers look like. And as we've known over the last couple of years, we've looked at really kind of enticing those family packages. So creating that family rate of 5 and then the additional member with the $50 rate. So although the medium revenue per sale has gone down, we are seeing more people going to the hill, and also some of our season pass holders can be volunteers who do get a season pass for their volunteering to the hill and that, so that's where you see those numbers change there. The next slide is just looking at that first month of operation within Canuso, and just seeing how within the snowmaking process and other various ways, we've been able to really add to the number of days just in that December season. So from 2022, from 11 days all the way to 21 days, so almost doubling the amount of operational days within 2 years. And Mountain OS, so that is our software downstairs, our point of sale for downstairs. So that's where we see all our revenue coming through. Square, as we have 2 points of sales within the building, is our kitchen-related point of sale. So you see those revenue numbers in the total amount of revenue collected from both upstairs, downstairs, and then the total expenses associated. So if we look at 2022, we were looking at about $19,307 loss a day, whereas 2024, we were looking at $3,803. So once again, I know last year when I came here, I said we have to flip those numbers around, and I can say that we are actively flipping that number around very quickly. So the next slide was the snowmaking slide, and as we say, you know, with the utility cost, with the amount of people it takes to do this process, trying to figure out that kind of 15-day, we'll say 15 to 20-day window where we know we're not going to have to stop-start based on weather. So we were very fortunate this year to find just a perfect window where we didn't have to stop for a week because it got, you know, too cold, too warm, whatever it may be. Whereas in other years, that has definitely occurred. So you've made a quarter of the snow, you got to go out, put things back, then pull hose again, get everything activated again within the process. So from 36 days to 19 days. Next slide just kind of shows our programs and special events. So we've been really kind of focusing on this in the fourth quarter for the beginning of the season. One of the big initiatives is the CADS program, and that's the Adaptive Snow Sport Program. And it just really helps us with guests that are living with a disability, just to get them on the hill, give them the experience. And Chris Hollenboff has been an active, extremely active member with the CADS program for many years and is one of our instructors at the hill and really leads the CADS program. And we've been able to get additional training for other staff. So it's just been a great opportunity. The Try Freestyle program, so with the Alberta Winter Games coming next year, the freestyle skiing will be a component of that. So we did get in contact with the host, Alberta Freestyle, just to get some interest in the sports and to also look at some of the coaching opportunities we can have so that we can have some local kids hopefully being represented next year at the Alberta Winter Games on that. Then the fundamentals course, so then we did get staff certified as well to give kids a better experience with the freestyle program, and we've had a bunch of camps now for freestyle programs for the kids, which will also help with their development and our revenue. Skiing with Santa, we had our photo booth set up, we had our candy, our fire pits, our DJ. It was a really good event. It was quite a busy day at the hill, so thank you to everyone who was involved and volunteered their time with that. Winter camps, so we have our snowbird camp, our snowboard camps, and our actual ski camps from levels 1 to 4. So we keep those going through. Other events that we did for promotion was the participation in the job fair in Bonnyville at the C2, participation in the Cold Lake Christmas Parade, private bookings. We did quite a few Christmas parties this year, and, you know, obviously within that revenue, seeing it go from, you know, 19,000+ loss a day to 3,000, just trying to really maximize kind of what a day looks like at Canuso. The two-park private bookings, we did see quite a few of those in December, which we hadn't necessarily seen in other Decembers, and then we do our pop-up nights, which generally occurred Wednesday and Fridays. Which we will continue to do, and not that this is a fourth quarter matter, but we did see a lot of closure due to weather. So what we're trying to do now, and we are actually open today, we're usually Wednesday to Sunday, but we do have school groups we do have to fit in. So we're working with school groups, we're trying to maximize those days. We did lower the amount of days just to really provide better experience for the kids coming in, better ratio from instructor to participant. But now it's also allowed us the opportunity to deploy people in different days that they weren't going to go into, and it's still not get overly big and kind of make sure that we're able to maintain our level of service to all the kids coming through in the school programs. Season pass holders. So this one's just kind of giving us an idea of where these season pass holders are coming from. And as we can see, the majority, 46% are coming from the city of Cold Lake. 26% are coming from the MD of Bonnyville, and 15% from the town of Bonnyville. Resort guests, once again, kind of living within that 1 hour of the hill, we're looking at about 70% of our guests. When you get in that 1 to 2 hour, you have about 20% more of the guests, and then that 10% filters through from 2+ hours. With the comparisons, once again, you see just over 1,300 guests coming from the city of Cold Lake, which makes up about 30%, and 18% of our guests coming from Bonnyville. From the MD, and 15% coming from the town of Bonnyville and other local guests. Within the marketing, once again, going from Facebook, Instagram, both at the Ridge and at the resort. And you see the numbers related there. Obviously, for other marketing avenues, we do our radio ads, we do ski reports, we also do paid media campaigns on special events, and we have seen a bit of leverage on those. We have our extended KRR logo, so if you look on our Instagram, our Facebook, and other platforms, you'll see that KRR, just kind of a bit of a sleeker kind of logo. The new school program, we do have some new merch that we've got out, partnership with Alberta Freestyle, the family rental package. So once again, just really trying to encourage first-time families coming out with a 5-person kind of pass that gets them all their gear, gets them their lift pass, gets them on the hill, just to really get out there and start getting exposure to skiing. So outreach, job fair, Christmas parade, Sparkle in the Park. When you look at our capital projects, the first two, the main gate and wedding venue deck, so these are all associated with the future development of Canuso. So we have kind of taken a pause on these till we can see what kind of additional funding we can get from the province, and also federally, been working with finance, with Alan Deppa there, just with all the grants that are coming through, just trying to see which ones can stick, where we can leverage some money, just so that we can be really efficient to our ratepayers. The snow gun replacement was 100% complete. The backup power generator, just talking to TNU, should be done at end of April, beginning of May here, the one at Canuso. Truck replacement was completely done. The AC upgrades, 100% done. We did get the air moving within that facility. We do have to look at the DDC direct digital controls of the building, as we might need some improvement there just to get efficiency within that building. The chairlift load decks were 100% completely done, and the phase 1 trail planning project that came to council last year, we did close that until we do get some additional grant dollars to start realizing next phases within that project. 24-25 winter season, so just kind of looking at February, the KPA, the Canuso Park Academy. So that ran the 1st to the 8th, 15th to the 22nd. Unfortunately, there were some cancellation dates in there, so we've had to just kind of bump those out a few weeks, but getting those covers. Blizzard Blast, unfortunately, did not go through on the scheduled date. What we're looking at doing with the organization right now is working with our last week, our Slush Cup weekend, doing the races on the Saturday and then the Slush Cup on the Sunday. As we do have quite a few visitors coming from out of town, and just hopefully really kind of getting them to stay in town and provide an exciting day the following day for them. The Snow Fever, we did have that weekend go. We did have to condense it due to our policy on extreme weather, so we did have a day that went from 12 to 4 for our family day activities. And then February, March, we'll be doing our winter camps and our school programs. March, we'll have our Try Freestyle program going as well, 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, weekends. And then, as it says on here, we did submit it prior to the Snow Fever not going, but that last weekend, the April 5th, 6th weekend, trying to get the Blizzard Blast and the Slush Cup going on the same weekend, just to create a big buzz in town. And thank you. Good job, Reeve, at the shootout challenge.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
We have Counselor Fadeo.
Hi, good morning, thanks. So I had a couple season pass holders reach out to me, asking me questions that I couldn't answer them. So in regards to the green chairlift, they were saying it's fairly closed most of the times. So I'm just kind of give us an update on that. Is there something that we need to know as far as maintenance, putting more money into it?
Thank you, through the Reeve to Councillor Fadeo. Yeah, we've had that inquiry from an individual, and for the past 2 years, we've operated the same way with, and this is just with regards to the pop-up night skis. So we're seeing on average, 40 riders in the evening, and just based on the cost related to having both chairs open, we are running one chair. We did the same thing last year. What we'll do, as the time that the sun will rise and fall in March, we will have both chairs spinning for our pop-up skis. But just right now, based on the amount of people coming out, it only makes sense to run one chair lift.
Fair enough, thank you.
Counselor Slipchuk.
That reduction in snowmaking days, 19, how big of a factor was you being attentive to the weather forecast? Because like, you'll probably see a cold spell come and then figure out we'll make snow, but then you see you'll hold off on opening and all that. Is that a big factor in it?
Yes, through the Reeve to Councillor Slipchuk, that's definitely a huge fact. We can see about 2 weeks out fairly accurately, as much as weather can be accurate. So we will look at that, and sometimes we will kind of farm some snow, get it ready, have it ready to push around, as long as we know we have, a certain amount of time that we can, get enough product that we can kind of get it out and around enough. And then if we do have to start up again this year, we were extremely fortunate and we're able to do it all in one shot.
And going ahead, like for the summer, you guys plan on doing the same as you did last summer, try to different things like that, golf or whatever that is, target golf and all that?
Yes, through to Councillor Slipchuk, definitely we're enhancing our summer programs based on the success last year. So we'll be adding a few more weeks of that. We will have our aerial park going. We will have the golfing going as well. And we will be looking at various other special events to bring into, and then also hopefully with our weddings this summer coming as well, those will take up quite a few weekends and bring a bunch more people and revenue back into the facility.
Okay. Another question I had a question by a few residents, and I'll bring it forward. Like you get these younger families with couples with with children and everything, and they have tight budgets, and sometimes they'll bring their own food and stuff to the ski. Like I was told, they don't have a place for a microwave. Would that be a possibility? We could help these residents, because I'm positive it's not going to take away from your kitchen revenue, but.
Yes, through to Councillor Slipchuk. Definitely with us operating the concession, we don't offer a microwave. We don't mind if patrons do eat within the facility, they can eat upstairs with the customers, as it's a public facility. And if that's a direction we want to go by providing a microwave, we could definitely do that.
Yeah, I think that's something we could discuss and talk, because these families nowadays, they're so tight, they got tight budgets, and they bring 4 or 5 kids to the ski by the time they cost. Like, they got no money for food. And anyway, and another thing was, I see the numbers there with Cold Lake, town of Bonnyville. Well, that's another example why we should be maybe reaching out to them, see if they would help and what our cost on this facility.
Okay, thank you. I just have a comment. There's a couple special needs kids. I saw one that was strapped in probably by the individual you're talking about. He had a smile. It was incredible to see him going up and down. He was just so happy. And that gentleman you're talking about, I think he's been doing it for years. I also seen a first-time skier, a little girl. She was screaming that her parents strapped these things on her feet and she didn't know what was going on. But a candy cane helped a lot, so we got her a candy cane and that helped a lot. But thanks for all you guys do. That was an awesome day. Yeah. Councillor Swaggart.
So, Mr. Rivia, thanks for that. And you kind of just brought up what I was going to say originally, though. The Canadian Adaptive Sports Program, it looks really cool. And I don't know if people even watch TV anymore, but there was a TV thing, I don't know, a month ago, and they showed this program at one of the other ski hills. And I thought, man, that looks like Kinnessoo, like it should have been Kinnessoo, because we're doing the same thing. And I know Chris Halbuff's doing a great job there. Last time I talked to him, he was trying to fundraise for another one of these skis. So I'm hoping that they got the funding for that. And I guess I'm hinting at, how do we get kind of more programming? Because as you're watching television, which a lot of people don't watch anymore, but there's advertisements or there's comments there about the snow, at these different resorts. And I'm thinking, hey, why don't we have Kinnessoo recorded? Because then people will start hearing about it. Because I think we have a great thing to offer here. But thank you. And then, so you can answer my question. Did Chris get the money he needed for his extra ski? And how many do we have? And
Yes, through Councillor Swaggart. So what we did at the beginning of this year, we have the old snack shack outside to the left of the lodge. So we've given them an area in there. And right now, I believe they have 3 sit skis in there. And he did acquire one recently as well this season. So they have quite a bit of equipment. They have storage for the equipment. Also, just the ability to get the equipment out of the shed, because it used to be under our staircase inside. So just trying to really kind of help that program. And we had folks come and do a special at Canuso with chatter talks just about on the lodge. And there was a mentorship program that this father and daughter, they received a grant for. And they've gone to every ski hill. Last year it was in BC, this year in Alberta. And during this chatter talk going up the hill, they did an interview with Chris. So we asked Chris if he would do that. And it just really brought a lot of good publicity to Canuso and what's being done for CADS and everything else that's going on.
I just got to add to that. I kind of remembering what happened that day, but there was a lady upstairs. She was so thankful for this program. Her daughter was there. I don't think she was skiing that day, but she had other kids that were skiing, but she was so thankful for this program. She just thanked me. I was Santa Claus that day, but she obviously realized I was the Reeve, but she was so thankful for that program. So yeah, it means a lot to the families. She can be there. They take the child out for however long, and you got a little bit of a break too, and it means a lot. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Slipchuk, go ahead.
I just want to also bring up the tubing park. I noticed your revenue increased immensely there. Is that a big factor due to your improvements there that you've done on the tubing, the lighting, I believe you guys were redoing?
Yeah, through to Councillor Slipchuk. No, we were just really kind of advertising it more with the schools and with public and with private bookings leading up to Christmas this year, and we did see that revenue climb quite a bit. There were some improvements done. I don't think that was the sole reason. I think between that and marketing and a few other items, we did see a lot of people going through the 2 park in December.
Well, thank you to the staff, to yourself, all the staff for great job you guys do, because you get mostly positive feedbacks from the community. Thank you.
All right, I see no more questions. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just looking for a motion now, gentlemen. Come on. Councillor Kraviak? Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion on behalf of council that council accepts Planning and Community Services 2024 fourth quarterly report as information. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Freev. Oh, go 1 second.
Sorry. Just
Go
want to
ahead.
quickly add on to Parks and Rec. So in regards to skating, Like all the ODRs in Cold Lake are pretty well closed because of the melting. And we were at a meeting last night at Cherry Grove, and Mr. General Manager Matt Jansen and myself had an opportunity to watch a bunch of kids go hard and skate hard, and it was it was good, really good. So the ice is not broken up at all. There's a couple rough patches, but overall it was excellent. So yeah, good to see him skating out there.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I guess that was carried. Thank you for all those reports. 9.4.1. That's our chief CAO. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss one? Yes, I did. Oh, I thought we were done with quarterly reports. 9.3.1. Monty, I could have got you off the hook.
I'll talk
Just-
fast.
Just kept walking. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have two reports today. First one is for the Transportation Department for the fourth quarter of 2024.
Oh, man.
Snow plowing. So we had higher than usual freezing rain events coupled with some extreme fluctuations in temperature and made snow plowing and road maintenance operations a little challenging this season. So we've been lucky for the last 2 years. This year we had 4 events of where it rained and then immediately got cold and snowed, so we had a lot of our work cut out for us to get rid of the ice. Roadside brushing and ditch improvements. This is the contracted portion. We had a contractor that completed 21.6 kilometers of brush clearing in our right-of-ways. This year it was on the west third of our municipality, Goodrich Country, etc. The regional airport, we had 351 flights come in and take off in Q4. So this is new to this report. Total landing fees charged in Q4 was $15,664. Parking fees 305 and vehicle parking fees 1,460. Industry requests, this is also another new item. This particular slide is for the entire year. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to provide this quarterly because it's kind of a dynamic thing. Our department processed 805 industry requests throughout 2024, servicing 33 individual companies. Requests include pipeline, other type crossings, proximity notifications, decommissioning, consents, releases, approaches, temporary work areas, reclamations, and numerous other requests. This total was up for 2024, with the average being between 2020 and 2023 being 500 requests. So we're up about 60%, I guess. And road use agreements. So as per our bylaw, our heavy haul agreements, we processed 208 road use agreements throughout 2024, issued to 87 individual companies and or users. This includes bulk agreements, which include multiple routes covered under one agreement. So that 208 number is a little skewed because some of the bigger oil companies may have, several roads linked to one road use, so that we're not doing that many more. And the last slide is just a total of the concerns received for each quarter and what the concern was. And that's it for the transportation.
Questions, comments, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. The airport, we had discussed some time ago about landing fees for Alberta Health Services, like for emergency medical runs or whatever it is and that sort of thing.
Through the Reeve.
Can you have
Yeah, that started on January 1st of this year.
And so what started? With
the Medivacs. We started charging for the Medivac aircraft. We were charging for that.
And is that, maybe next time then we'll have a breakdown of that too or whatever, just so we, yeah?
There would be none in this because this was Q4.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is the last quarter in 2024.
Okay.
Yep.
And I think I had another one. Industry request, is that, I mean, that's common that we're doing industry. I'm not sure what an industry request means. It means I guess what I'm getting at here is, like, I know industry, funds are MD, but is that sort of taking away from other things, or how does that work?
Part of the requirement when they're doing a new development is to notify the local stakeholders. So, I mean, something as simple as crossing one of our road allowances, whether it be developed or undeveloped, they request consent from us. So it's either a letter, typically we write a letter for a 2-year span for the project, because sometimes they're extended. That's different than the actual road use agreement. And some of them are simply notifications. Some of them are requests that we actually have to respond to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fadеев.
Yeah, good afternoon. Regards to the regional airport, we're almost seeing 4 flights per day if we kind of average it out. Is there any kind of indication that you might have that what size, anywhere from a little Cessna to a Dash 8, are we taking account for any of that?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Fadеев, yes. Our master rates bylaw, the fee does depend on the size of the aircraft, so we would have that information. This was just a generalized summary for this. If you wanted to dig deeper into it, we could provide that information on how many different types of aircraft.
Sounds good. That'd be some good information to have.
Okay, I will refine it a little bit next time.
Whenever, no
Provide
rush
a little
on
more
it.
detail. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, my question is about the parking lots, those 2 lots we purchased for extra parking at the airport. I know last year they talked about maybe doing it in-house. You guys looking at doing that this year in-house and preparing it, graveling it or whatever?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Slipchuk, yes, that's still a plan for this summer to develop it. It actually is stripped. That we're just gonna have to do a light touch-up on it. That vegetation you see on there just grew through the clay, so we'll tidy it up. But the plan is to make it a parking lot for the gear grabbers and for the future development of the airport.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next, you have 2, you said?
Yes,
right.
the second one is the infrastructure report for fleet facilities. The design build of the Cherry Grove Fire Hall and Greater Shop. This will, keep in mind, this is Q4, so this is current up to December 31st. Pile foundation was completed. Utility providers have installed gas and power. Buried cisterns and septic tank have been installed. Prefab building frame was delivered from supplier and has been erected. Wall panel installation is underway. Yeah. 2024 installation of backup generators. Concrete pads and all conduits have been placed for both the main administration building and the Canusu Chalet location. Delivery of the generators were delayed. As a result, the generators will be installed in the spring. They're currently being stored at the public safety shop. The completion date is May 9th, so like Ian said, mid to end of April, this will be being completed at both locations. The reconstruction of Township 622 from Range Road 470 to 474. This was a project involves grading, gravel base, and asphalt concrete pavement. It was retendered in November, and a contractor was awarded the work. This project is anticipated to be completed in Q2, Q3, so the contractor was already there. They did their brushing on the right-of-way, as well as their borrow pits, and they're currently just finishing up the burning. They'll return in May to start the dirt work, the grading. Culverts and bridges, Truman Bridge. Detailed inspection and engineering assessment was performed after the collision. Repair, replacement options were reviewed with council, and a go-forward plan has been developed. The work order has been approved for engineering to get that work underway. Another bridge file, bridge size culvert, Township 630 west of Range Road 471. The DFO approval of the design was received a little late. Didn't allow us enough time to complete the work. So the materials were ordered and received, and they're being stored in the MD yard. The contractor will complete this work this year. And the other bridge-sized culvert in Q4 was Range Road 480, south of 610. So this is actually south of 660. Apologize. And this was completed. Last October, there's just some minor fencing to complete. Purchase of pickled sand here, 2,000 tons of calcium sand was purchased and hauled into the Public Works yard and is being used on winter sanding operations. So this just shows you, this was the top, we typically carry around 8,000 to 8,500 in our tent. That's the capacity of our tent. We just made the call to top it up, even though we only used 2,000 last year, 2,000 the year before. The call was made to top it up, so we started with 8,500, and since then we have used it all. So we are currently hauling in another 3,000. So we purchased some updated survey equipment. It replaces some of our older, cumbersome, I guess, ish equipment, and it features improved and additional functions and is very user-friendly. So, keeping up with the times. It's a controller and a receiver, and yeah.
Questions?
And that's it.
Counselor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Bridges and culverts, did you have a comment about 623, the bridge, the Alexander Bridge on 623?
Through the Reeves, Councillor Swigert, I do not have that today. This is just a quarterly report. I believe that is forthcoming here shortly.
But is there any comment, like, is it being tendered right away, or?
My understanding is that the first stage has been complete with the engineering PO being awarded. But that's all I know. That's a
Okay, that'll be next
Todd
time.
thing, yeah.
Thanks. Counselor Sipchik.
Yeah. So you said we used 2,000 tons the year before, the previous 2 years of pickle sand?
That is
And
correct.
now we're over 11,000?
We use about 8,000-ish this year so far, which is it's not an exorbitant amount, but it is. We haven't had that for the last couple of years.
Yeah, okay, so what contributes to that higher usage? Is it can't just be the rains. Like, we've had rains last winter, but is it more usage of our roads now, or?
No, it absolutely is the rains and the method in which it comes. If it rains and then it stays warm for a while and everything dries up and it snows, that's fine. But with the rain and then the snow and then the traffic packing it and then the extreme cold, plus this material isn't that effective after, say, minus 17-ish. You have to mix it a little bit more concentrated, so it's typically 1 to 3, and you mix it even half and half. So.
Okay, so then weather was the main contributing factor for all the extra use?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Just an example of how it can be, right? So.
One more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the Truman Bridge is on there, so I just, we haven't heard nothing more about it. But I know we did discuss about a reward, putting out a reward like that on, for information leading. And I think I'd like to see us still continue forward with that. And the sooner we do it, the better, before people start forgetting. And, because that's a huge cost to us. So I'd like to bring that back up onto everybody's attention.
Thank you.
The reward.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Monty.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we have one more. I'm sorry.
Could we get an answer to Councillor Slipchuk's question?
We want to.
No, we've made the motion. We've said go ahead with it. I'm just not sure where it's at. You're right. You were away actually when we did that, but.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to remember, this is the fourth quarterly report. We can ask this question after. Yeah. Okay,
There will be an update in the CAO planning session.
right on. We'll get it right away. Thanks. Okay, probably going to need a motion for information. Go ahead, whoever would like to make a motion. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that council accepts Infrastructure Services 2024 fourth quarterly report as information. Any discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Now to the CAO. I was a little bit ahead of myself there.
Hello, Council. So today we have the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center board appointment. The MD Bonnyville currently has 2 members of council appointed to the C2 board, being Reeve Kalinsky and Councillor Swigert. Administration is looking for council to approve 1 more member of council to the board, effective immediately, to fill an open position. The C2 board terms of reference indicate that representation will comprise of at least 2 members of council from both the MD as well as the town. And we were recently notified of a decision by the C2 board to fill the 2 positions previously held by members at large with elected officials, 1 from the MD and 1 from the town. As this still complies with the current terms of the board's membership, administration is just seeking the appointment of 1 member of council to the C2 board effective immediately. And this appointment would be for the remainder of the current term and would expire October 2025.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I'll be able to join that board if council allows.
Okay. Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, that's probably fine. Councillor Scarson wanted to get on that board too, so.
Yeah.
Do we put it forward to a vote? I'm not sure.
Okay. Councillor Fadeev again.
Councillor Scarson's not here.
I know.
Okay. I know Councillor Scarson sent me a thing that he would, I can read you exactly what he said, so I'll just get that. He just wanted to let you know you can put his name down for the C2 board tomorrow if needed, kind of thing, so.
If needed.
That's all he sent me, yeah.
If needed, so if nobody else wanted to.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say, it doesn't say if needed, but it just said, you know, if no one wants it, whatever. It's up to you. It's a tough, he's not here. You're offering? Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Crick? Sorry, I shut you off probably. Go ahead. Ah, my goodness. Go ahead.
Do we have to have I was trying to look through my procedural bylaw there. Do we have to have an official nomination for this, or how does it work?
I'm not sure, but Steph will tell us.
Nomination of board members is not specifically indicated. All that we talk about with reference to appointments in the procedural bylaw is the deputy reeve. If there is more than 1 nomination for deputy reeve, that is held through secret ballot. At council's discretion, they could choose to do that today for this board appointment, but board appointments specifically are not addressed in the procedure bylaw if there's more than 1 nomination.
Okay, well, Councillor Fadeev was here and he offered to do the job, so I think that's fair. Yeah, Councillor Swigert?
Yeah, just make sure, we have a meeting on the 27th of this month, which is, when is that? Check your calendar, because you'll have to be there because if you're not there, we can't have a meeting, because we don't have quorum, so. Thursday?
2 days from now.
The 27th, yeah. So as long as you're able to meet that meeting, if you can't, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm trying I got too many guys on the screen. Councillor Fadeev?
So are you going to be Alberta Care as well? Are you going to be at Alberta Care? It's Alberta Care. It starts tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, we can discuss this after we appoint someone, because you're not always going to have all 6 people there anyway.
The problem is we've only got now, Elisa Brasso can't be there, so.
Okay.
You and I can't be there, and we can't have a meeting anyway.
Well, then we'll have to cancel the meeting. Yeah. Counselor Kraviak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'll nominate Councillor Fideo for the board.
Okay. All right, thank you, Counselor Kraviak, for making this motion that council appoints Counselor Fideo to the Bonneville District Leisure Facility Corporation, Part 9, C2 Board, effectively immediately for the remainder of the current term expiring October 2025. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. On to 10, correspondence and information.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. Before I go on to correspondence and information, I'd like to welcome the new GM for Planning and Community Service, Glenn Barnes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Do we have any questions for Glenn? Well, tell us a little bit about yourself at least.
Glenn Barnes, raised in Toronto, through Kingston to Alberta, to Cold Lake, a resident of Cold Lake for 7 years and hope to be for the next 10 years at least. So looking forward to working with you and staff. You have great staff.
Thank you. Any questions for Glenn? Put him on the spot a bit. No? Well, welcome to the MD and thank you. Have a great day, rest of the day. All right, Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. So let's go through the correspondence and information. We have 12 items and I'll highlight 3 of them. One of the items is January 25th concerns list. Item number 2 is a letter from Municipal Affairs, 2025 Municipal Awards for Municipalities and Public Libraries Excellence. Third item is an email from Lakeland Agricultural Research Association. That is it. That is it for the correspondence and information.
Councillor Slipchuk?
Yeah, I got a question about the concerns list, 41. Let me find it here. 4167. It was number 4167. It was regarding snow being piled on a lot in Ardmore, and a resident is away in the States, but he comes back and the lot's full of snow. Is there something that we could do for this, or how we can do something for this res? Because then he's got a big issue with freezing water, backed up water from somebody else putting snow on his lot when he's gone to the States. It was in the concern list. I believe it was identified as 4167. Oh, 4167.
Okay. Through the Reeve to Councillor Slipchuk, if we have piled snow into somebody's yard or into their approach or something like that, there's something that we'll do to move it out?
Although the way I understand it, it sounds like it's a neighboring lot or something that's doing it. Like, is there something we can do for him? Like, he's out of town?
So it's a neighbor that's doing that?
I don't know. Well, if you read 4167, calling on behalf of a friend who lives in the USA in the winter, in the empty lot beside the Ardmore store, snow gets piled in the winter, is not sure by whom. Come spring, the melting of this pile causes big issues for surrounding neighbors. Garage gets flooded, has been assisting in chiseling and small ditch each year.
Okay. Through the Reeve, I'll send a team to go out and have a look at that and see if there's something that we can do.
See if we can find out who's doing it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fideo.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to bring forward the AGM for Cold Lake Chamber of Commerce. I know they're probably looking for a head count and who's going. Just wanted to get, it's a breakfast AGM. They found that the lunches were kind of hit and miss. People had a hard time with it. But they had some really good feedback with doing breakfast. And this is Thursday, March 13th, from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 at the Best Western.
What date is that again, Ben?
March 13th, it is a Thursday.
Yeah. And that's from 7 till what?
7:30 to 9:30. Yeah, Best Western Cold Lake. Just a head count so they can actually, plan properly.
Yeah, I'm pretty full that day myself.
So Councillor Crick, myself.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
Thanks.
so that was
13th of March from
13th.
7:30 till
Yeah,
9:30?
it's a Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, it's on a Thursday, yep. My sister's birthday.
Okay, so then, well, yeah, I mean, you can, it's not, it's, right?
Okay, they want to count.
So, yeah, so we have
So 3 right now.
3, and, yeah, I think that's
3 is good?
pretty
for the
good,
month?
yeah.
Yep.
So whoever, yeah.
You're
So
good?
Robin can figure it out.
All right, Counselor Swaggart?
Mr. Just there was a comment about item 10.8 letter from, was a joint use agreement between school boards and the municipality. This is kind of the second time we've seen this in the last year or so. We haven't, I don't think we've done anything about it, so I'm not sure when our, what we have to do something apparently, but we haven't, so I'm not sure what we're doing.
Good morning, I can speak to that. We have met with all 3 school boards. Just 2 weeks ago, I met with the Northern Lights School Board, and we've come up with a final draft that they're taking forward to their school board. And with the other 2 school boards, we're quite close to coming up with a draft.
Okay, and then will council see that?
Usually it's just administration, but that would be up to Mr. Burley.
Appreciate it, seeing it. I think for years and years, I've kind of thought we should have some involvement with the school board as a council, and we haven't, so at least if we can see that. Appreciate it.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Or someone like to make a motion? You'll make the motion? All right, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council accepts the following correspondence as information, 1 through 13. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Reports from members of council. Who would like to start? Councillor Fadeev? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
library board meeting, we just had a couple things to address with the province, and then some legalities as far as board appointments. So the city of Cold Lake had to appoint me officially, which they did. Also, we had a meeting last night with the Cherry Grove Ag Society members in regards to, I guess, the possible movement of the post office. And that went very, very positive, and they're looking forward to helping Canada Post with that. So I'm glad we were invited to the conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Crick? Oh, Councillor Crick?
Okay, thanks. So on the 19th, I attended a virtual listening tour with the FCM in regards to, I think it was called because of what should be done about the tariffs. And I wasn't the only one who said we need to get a pipeline built to Eastern Canada. There was a few other people that were talking about that too. It was just, the tour was just from the prairies and the territories. So it was kind of it wasn't all of Canada on there. I they asked what else could be done, so I said that we should be advocating for less government regulation. There was some talk about municipalities trying to get more funding from the federal government to keep municipalities viable. Again, I said that we needed to have less government regulations and we needed the government to get out of the way and let the private sector develop industry. Yeah, and then also Randy Golding, I think she's the president of the Saskatchewan Municipality Association. She called me afterwards just to see if I had any more thoughts or whatever, so it was kind of neat. And I did share with her on the phone that our council had some concerns with FCM being kind of too woke and pushing some woke ideology. Then on the 20th, I attended the Chamber of Bonnyville, the Business Support Network. And the one thing that kind of stuck out there was Audrey Campbell, and I think it was Marianne Goldberg gave an update on their lobbying efforts in regard to the Bonnyville Hospital. So yeah, just kind of interesting. They're really pushing for a lot of stuff there. But it's the building's owned by Covenant Health, or run by Covenant Health, but owned by Alberta Health Services, I think. So there's quite a bit of red tape for them to try work through there. They'd like to see the parking lot upgraded there as well, but they're running into problems because HS says, well, the parking lot's not as important as services for healthcare, which everybody can kind of understand that, but it is kind of a poor design parking lot. And then February 20th, I was at the seed cleaning AGM as well. So, and that's it for me.
Thank you. I guess Councillor Kraviak.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I had a lodge meeting. Bonnie Lodge now has 7 vacancies and Cold Lake has 5. Express Pizza donated 15 pizzas for the Bonnie Lodge for the residents and the staff this month. It was a very nice gesture on their part. And there's a project at the lodge for green space. $25,000 was approved through the New Horizons for Seniors program. Had a municipal seed cleaning plant AGM. So this year they cleaned 174,000 bushels of grain, an increase from last year. But they have a debt this year. They were to for over $46,000, and last year was over $65,000. So the total deficit now is like $219,029. Plus they have a long-term debt of $349,000. So I'm not sure how they're going to be paying this off. I also had a special library board meeting by Teams discussing the new manager passing her probationary period. She's doing a very good job. So that was a good meeting also. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Swaggart.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Bonneville Chamber luncheon that Councillor Crick already talked about. Interesting that there's lots of different groups there talking about their initiatives and what they're doing, and I just mentioned that some of them could come forward to council just to let us know once a year what they're up to and what they're doing, because there's some nice initiatives that we don't hear about. Seed cleaning plant co-op AGM. Yeah, it was good, but it was like Councillor Kraviak said, a little disturbing that they're in sort of financial need. So yeah, we have to, I guess, follow that and see what they're up to. And then we had the Reeve and I and the CAO were at Shaw House yesterday with Scott Sear. So Scott Sear had initiated an invite to a bunch of the residents out at Crane Lake, and so it was actually a good group, some good science-based discussion. The AER had 2 representatives there, and so and just good discussion about the sort of the issues that the residents are having and how Scott Sear can maybe step in and talk to other departments in the provincial government and sort of streamline the processes and maybe have a bit more oversight, to make sure that we're drilling oil, but also looking after the environment. So I thought it went well.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk. Go ahead. Thank you. Sorry,
I
hit the wrong
attended,
button.
let me take a look here first. Attended Alberta Lakeland Lodge and House meeting with Councillor Kriviak. Nothing to add there. We got great staff at these lodges. They do amazing. They care about the seniors. Like, they do a wonderful job. So just let everyone know, like, they do great work. Went to the AGM for the seed clean plant, as Councillor Swigert and Kroviak mentioned, and I believe we should have more discussion on it. I'm concerned because the financials don't look good, and I can't see it surviving without MD help. And this is something that needs to be looked at and I believe fixed. And it's a big need for our local agriculture producers in the area. I think we can't lose this facility, and it's something that I think we should be discussed and see what we can make a plan or get it back on the right course or something. Something there. Another thing is I attended the Lara board meeting in Ashmont yesterday. They got a AGM coming up on Ed Maleg on March 6th from 10 till 2 at the Maleg Legion Hall. And it'd be good if you guys can available that day, if we could all appear and show support to Lara. Because, like, as you know, Lac La Biche, they dropped out of Lara. And they plan on doing more with that pond there by Fort Kent. They're going to put a bunch of money into it, get it fishing there, and kind of work with the Iron Horse Trail on that too as well, so make it more usable. And there's also environmental farm workshop on March 15th in Ashmont Legion Hall from 8 till 11. So anyone, they have events going on. So if you just go on Lara online, and but the main one is that AGM. If we could call pro.
March 6th, I think.
March 6th, yeah, right there. Yeah.
That was in Maleg.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, sorry, I just forgot to mention that it was nice to see our CEO at the seed cleaning plant AGM, and they had a chance to meet some of the farmers there, and so it was very good. So thank you very much for coming.
I'll just comment on the Crane Lake thing we had yesterday. Just one of the things that I kind of got from the whole thing, something that we could maybe possibly do is the footprint on how far that oil companies have to, advise people of their drilling. They used to, years ago, they used to go straight down or at a bit of an angle, and now they go down and they go forever. And Donnie, you would know more about this. I just think, we can talk to a minister and maybe make I think it's 1.5 miles now or 1.5, I forgot exactly I think it was 1.5.
It's usually
kilometers.
1.5.
1.5? We could ask if they could stretch it out a little bit, right? Probably, because they can go forever now with these wells. So I don't know what you guys think about that. If we should bring that forth, maybe write another letter. Go ahead, Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. We had the same issue with Mini Lake years ago. I'm not sure if you recall that.
I do.
We had many meetings with the residents, and the Reeve was there, and the MLA, and eventually nothing happened. They just were given permission to drill, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Swigert?
Yeah, I agree with the Reeve. The notifications, when they started drilling, the notifications went out to, unfortunately, only one landowner, because the other one that was within 1.5 kilometers had registered land from 50 years ago and wrong address. So there's lots of residents around Crane Lake, and they're drilling right under Crane Lake, and none of them were notified. So because one of them was 1.6 kilometers away, so they.
I know, but that's still not, that's what the government rules are right now.
No, I'm saying I agree with you, though. We should increase, if we can have them increase that or whatever, just gives people a bit more chance to look after the,
It was, yeah, and it was a very good information and meeting. Thank you. Anything else, gentlemen? All right, I need a motion to go in camera.
I'll make a motion, go in camera.
Thank you, Counselor Sipchik. All those in favor? Carried, thank you.
enter.